Welcome back, Truth Seeker. February 25th, 2024. And want to start off this stream by giving credit where it's due. There's a member of this community, Joseph Acquaviva. And this morning he went out to a church in his local community in Florida, and he handed out the pamphlet that he made himself. And as you can see, it says, COVID was declared a pandemic March 11th, 2020, exactly 666 days before the Clade X pandemic simulation, May 15th, 2018. And that is an absolute fact. We've talked about it a million times. Joseph Acquaviva learned that from watching this channel. Joseph is someone who watches my channel routinely and shares the message. But if you're not familiar with this gentleman, I'll tell you the funny twist. But anyhow, you can see the next sentence is, Jesus is coming soon. YouTube Acquaviva 2222. And again, the thing about Joseph is he's learned the work, he communicates it well, but despite learning from yours truly and essentially regurgitating everything I've shared word for word with a few twists of his own, he also speaks against me and says I'm a troll and a shill, which is, it's like almost astounding. And why does he do that? He does that because I do not believe in Jesus. And, you know, the funny thing is he wasn't a Christian until very recently. It was something that changed in his life, where I've always told the story that I was raised in the church, and until about 12, I did believe in Jesus. And then I realized that, you know, religion was silly, and the adults in the church didn't have answers, and they didn't like questions. And, you know, I didn't just say, well, forget God and spirituality and morality. I just said, this isn't right. This religion is not correct. It's not true. And again, I want to thank Joseph for getting out there today and handing out this flyer at the church. We're going to show what happened. The church security was sent out to him. They took away his flyers. They said they were going to call the police, and they had, all of them had Jesus caps on. And, you know, Joseph, for somebody who's just recently woken up, I learned something about Joseph today. He's a huge Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan, or he was until he found this work, and now he's quit sports, which is great. But he even has, I was trying to find a nice picture of him, and this huge article came up by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers website, and it's understandable why they wrote a feature article about him. He did a really nice paint job on his truck for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and now he's put a big X through it with spray paint because he's not about it anymore. I'm sure if he had more money, he'd probably just paint over the whole thing. But anyway, you know, what maybe eventually Joseph will wake up to the fact that religion is false, and maybe he'll see what I saw as a 12-year-old, that religion is part of the problem and absolutely part of what's wrong with society. And like I've said the whole time I've been here, you know, this whole Jesus myth, and that's what it is, a myth that's copied other myths from the past, it's a major part of the recipe of the cabal, and it's a major part of why humanity is stuck and not evolving and not overcoming the hurdles that are before it. Again, a huge percentage of this population sees that there's something wrong in the world, but they're waiting for this imaginary figure to come save them, something that's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. And, you know, Joseph has only been a Christian for recent years. If Joseph only knew how many people had come through here, and literally fools, foolish, ignorant people have come through here and criticized me and said my work's bullshit and Jesus is going to return any day and then things will be fixed. Not somebody sharing knowledge and information about what's wrong with the world. Again, those comments have been left by thousands of people, thousands of times, even before Joseph woke up and became a Christian. And that's not waking up. But I would say Joseph is on the path of waking up. And again, the reason this video is titled Spiritual Fortitude is because what Joseph showed today is he doesn't really have it. His fake religion and his fake beliefs about Jesus showed that he doesn't really have any spiritual fortitude, because he got chased off the church parking lot by a few old men, and then he went into how that just ruined him. And he's just devastated, and he doesn't think he's going to do this anymore, and he might not come back for a long time or ever again. Joseph, I mean, really, are you hearing yourself? You think you're holier than thou, and you do. You know, you've been saying that in your videos when you talk about me. And it's just crazy to think that someone like you learned from me. You're like literally regurgitating everything I say, except for you put this spin on it that Obama's the center of all evil, which is absolute horseshit. He's just another puppet on the world stage. He's not Satan like you think he is. It makes me think you're probably a little bit racist. I mean, literally, you have a white guy right now who's been the center of attention, who's running on MAGA, the highest degree of Satan, who espouses a lot more satanic ideology with every word that comes out of his mouth than Obama ever did. And he's not Satan either. He's another puppet on the world stage. But anyway, you remind me of just all, just the religious dolts that exist in this world, who think they're holier than thou and better because they believe in a load of shit. And you see, at the end of the day, there's really nothing inside you. You showed today that you're a hollow person. You went out there with the right intention, but then you cried all the way home because you literally got chased off the parking lot by 3 old men, And one was fat as hell with tits like Bob from Fight Club. You let 3 old men, all on their deathbed, run you off the parking lot. And you shouted back at them all this stuff that you didn't even mean. You said you'd be happy to get arrested there and go down as a martyr. And then you went running off the parking lot. Again, Joseph, you remind me why I left the church when I was 12. Because I just saw that everyone in it was full of shit, literally. Everyone. Full of shit. Believing in bullshit, not truly spiritually righteous. See, I knew that out of all the children in my confirmation group, this might sound arrogant, but I knew I was the best person in there. And that wasn't arrogance, it was true. I was the most sincere person, I was the most honest person. Outside of the church group, I was the nicest to other people. I actually helped out a lot of people growing up because for whatever reason I was blessed with skills. I was always helping out my classmates, helping them understand their assignment, helping them write their papers. I've been doing this stuff from a young age. I knew these other kids in my church group were like little assholes at school, little shit talkers and backstabbers. But then in the church classroom, man, they were goody little two-shoes. Didn't question anything, just went along with all of it. This is the world I've understood since I was a child. And again, we live in a world where people just stay in this childhood state, worshiping men on sports fields, believing in bullshit stories that their heads were filled with when they were little. I evolved of this when I was a child, okay? There's not a lot of real adults in the world. There's not a lot of real men. There's not a lot of real people that actually have courage. There's a lot of cowards. There's a lot of easily conquered people. There's a lot of conformists. There's a lot of people that just want to fit in with the herd. Again, I get disgusted by all the people that come at me and call me a shill because I don't, subscribe to bullshit religion. And I don't go along with the latest fake truth fad like the earth is flat. Again, if I was a shill, I would have rode all those waves. Because again, if you claim to be about religion, that boosts your numbers. If you rode along with the flat earth theory, especially in 2015, 2016, you could go like retard from Boston with no subscribers to over 100,000 subscribers. A lot of people who were in the truth community who never had any views, who were like around 1,000 subs, their channels grew to 50,000 subs just from putting out flat earth videos. You don't think for anyone to come here and say that I'm just here for ratings or whatever, that's bullshit. No, I'm here to represent a sincere human being who's fed up with the state of the world, who's fed up with being lied to, who's fed up with being ruled over by tyrants, who's fed up with fake religion and all the fake religious people. My sister, I hope someday my sister will come on here and debate, and that would be a dream come true. For all of you Christians, you can watch my sister who goes to church on Easter and Christmas and thinks that makes her, a saint that's definitely going to heaven. And she thinks that's all she needs to do to be a good person. And there's a lot of people just like my sister. And then my sister just marches along to every lie in the news, goes along with every satanic agenda, and absolutely hates the truth all the way. Again, real spiritual fortitude. It's on display every day when you watch what I'm doing. Okay? That's not arrogance either. to do what I've done for a decade, over a decade, every single day straight, when all I've gotten mostly in my life is ridicule and hate and problems, major life disruptions, intimidation tactics, threats, destruction of property, business, feds at the house, intimidation from the government. Never once deterred. Here's righteous Joseph getting chased off the lot by his own Jesus people and already ready to quit and throw in the towel. Just took one little setback like that and he's just defeated. I know Joseph will watch this video and it'll make him come back and fight. That's also part of the reason I'm doing it. Even though I have serious problems with Joseph because he tries to shame me because I don't believe in the bullshit that he's under the spell of right now. The one thing I can say about Joseph is he's one of the best people on YouTube at articulating the information, except for when he spirals off into Obama's Satan. Then he just sounds like a moron. Joseph, since you just came around to Christianity, maybe learn a little bit more about it. Everyone knows that 666, who's an actual Christian who studied the Bible and history, they know that the 666 verse is actually about Nero, the Roman emperor. And with regards to the English language, I'm sure you're aware that mark of the beast equals 54. Look at when Nero ruled from. He began ruling in the year 54. It's just like how Kobe Bean Bryant in Gematria equals 54. He had the 666 workout. He had the career high in his 666th game, scoring 81 points. When you run it in reverse course, Kobe Bean Bryant's 81 like Mark of the Beast. Kobe Bean Bryant, for people who don't know, is 54 forwards like Mark of the Beast, 81 in reverse like Mark of the Beast. Career high, 81 points in his 666th game. Again, this is how you can see the English language is built on top of all this historical understanding. Of course, there was no English language back in 54 AD, but there was Roman, Latin, and Roman numerals, letters and numbers. But yeah, when you're out here showing that Barack Obama's Satan, you're just making yourself look like an ignoramus, okay? Yeah, Obama is born on the 216th day of the year, the product of 6 times 6 times 6. That's all paying tribute to history. They are part of this beast system. Yeah, Barack Obama does equal 68, like how Nero's reign ended in 68 AD. It doesn't make him Satan. So, again, Joseph, understand what you're doing. It's good that you're sharing the work. It's good that you're putting out the knowledge. That's good. But you know what ruins this card right here? The bullshit sentence, Jesus is coming soon. No, he's not. No, he's not. That's the same thing that keeps people parked on their ass. And, at the end of the day, Joseph, when I watch you just get defeated so easily by 3 old wrinkled men, literally what just happened to you, it makes me think you're like most Christians. Your belief it's shallow, and it's really just at the end of the day based in fear, because pretty much every Christian's belief is based in fear that if they don't believe, then they don't get the eternal afterlife. And it makes me think that maybe the reason you're doing what you're doing right now is that you think somehow this is going to score you points and you're going to get a place in the eternal afterlife. Listen, I don't do anything that I do for my own self-gain or reward. And for all the assholes who'd question that, again, you're nothing but assholes. I proved for 5 years that I was here every single day, making 0 monetary gain, 0 financial gain, and suffering nothing but loss and sacrifice. From family relationships to friend relationships to my business to damage to my property, etc., etc. Never tried to raise a penny, stayed here and did it every single day because I knew we're in a very dangerous moment in history and people need to do all in their power to try and stop what's coming. For all you guys who are like, but you also ran about how much you hate humanity. Yeah, I do, because that is the other piece of me. And why do I hate humanity? Because I've been living in it for all of my life, watching how people worship ignorance and mediocrity and care about nothing more than themselves and entertainment and hate the truth and shit on people like me endlessly for speaking up for what's right. And speaking up not just for myself, but for all of us, because we're all living in this system. We're all being used and abused by this system. So again, Joseph, I really want you to think about the way you performed on this thing today. You spouted things that you didn't really mean. You said, I'll stand here and happily get arrested as a martyr for Jesus. And then you ran away. And then you said, I'm just so beat up by this, I think I'm done. I don't think I can do this anymore. I might never do another video. Have you seen the shit that's happened to me when I've been out on the streets? Have you ever seen me be like, I'm just throwing up my hands and quitting? You know, like literally, I took bear mace in the face. And I was out there the very next day in the same spot, showing that I wasn't going to be taken off the corner. If you guys missed when that happened, we were out there giving out books to Antifa and trying to wake them up because they were protesting at Powell's Books in Portland, trying to shut down a bookstore. And I was out there saying, what kind of anti-fascists are trying to shut down bookstores? You know? And because they didn't have an argument, they had to come with the cheap tricks and spray me in the face. And again, there's no reasoning with psychopaths, which a lot of Antifa is, and it's a controlled opposition thing. But again, Joseph, you have literally been talking about, you know, how spiritually superior you are. And so have a lot of Christians who've taken a shot at me and have quit. Like, where's a call for an uprising? A call for an uprising who was always trying to slander my character. He quit YouTube because he couldn't stay monetized anymore. So it shows at the end of the day, his only real mission was to make money off peddling bullshit, which is all he peddled. More religious bullshit, Jesus is coming, blame everything on Jews. Just garbage, and you never knew his name or his face. And as soon as he got here, he had 100,000 subs overnight and was immediately targeting and attacking my work. Clear, obvious shill in the name of Jesus. Again, in the name of Jesus. Again, Joseph, logic, do you have it? And beyond Joseph, do you have logic? You know that in Gematria, Christian equals beast, equals government, equals authority, equals Republican, equals Democrat, and just right on down the line. You know how important that numerical value that all those things sum to, 47, all those things equate to 47. You know how important that is. You know how important that number is. You think it's an accident that it's encoded in the name of the religion when all of these politicians swear in on the Bible? All these known liars who make a career out of lying and misleading and manipulating people and abusing their privilege as authority and in a position of power, you know that to be true, and you don't question that they all swear on the Bible and claim to be a part of that religious order? I mean, again, if people weren't ruled over by fear, they would all see through it in an instant, but they don't allow themselves to because they think there's going to be this eternal consequence for calling out the obvious. Again, this whole world that we live in is literally based in lies that came from authorities that we're expected to believe from a young age. I mean, here you are making a study of the language, Joseph, and you're going to ignore that the word lie is right in the middle of belief? Again, belief is the enemy of knowing. You really think that an eternal God is going to punish you because you question what was written in a book long ago and given to you by the authorities? You don't think God would be understanding and go, well, let's just say the book was true. You don't think God would be like, well, I understand why they questioned and didn't believe because they were literally being lied to by authorities at every angle every single day. And yeah, why would they trust the book if all these criminals are swearing in on it? Making the case that you have to be a part of this thing to be in a position of power. But in Joseph's video, it's funny, I was just trying to find a nice picture of Joseph to put up for the thumbnail, because I am dedicating this video to him. And when I just searched his name, the first thing that popped up was this article. I was like, wow, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers website. Got a picture of Joseph. He's got his Tampa Bay Bucks tattoos on his body. It's trucky, guys. He has a real nice Tampa Bay Buccaneers thing. But again, this is the man he was. So the one thing I like about him is he was like so dedicated to this football thing, and then he found Gematria and saw how rigged the game was. And I think Joseph came on the scene around the time of Super Bowl 55. He probably found the work. All year we were saying why Brady was going to beat the Chiefs. Had it called out before the season. And again, Joseph, seriously, like I want just all the people like Joseph. Joseph, you are literally teaching everything that you learned from me. Every single day. And I don't think you've added one new thing to what I've taught besides spinning it into all that everything's synced through Obama and he's Satan, which is just a false teaching, okay? It's nonsensical. Again, it's well understood that 666 was about Nero, okay? It's not about anyone else, but we do understand how they use the number ritualistically, okay? It's not about Obama. Get it out of your head. It just makes you look like an ignoramus. And again, really a racist. I mean, like, out of all the sick presidents we've had that have done all these evil things, you got to say the black one's Satan? It really does make me think that that's a racist undertone. So anyway, you're going to teach everything that you learned from me. Joseph's, if you watch Joseph's video, Joseph said, my life is now dedicated to teaching this knowledge. And dedicated to Jesus. These are the things he says all the time. It's like, Joseph, do you realize that Jesus didn't teach you any of this? Jesus isn't stepping down out of the clouds to help or intervene with anything. Like, to me, it's like how can a person be so dedicated to what I'm sharing and then also be equally as dedicated to slandering and demeaning my name and my character? Did Jesus help snap you out of Tampa Bay Buccaneers fandom? No. Nope. Did Jesus teach you anything that you're talking about? Nope. Didn't happen. The Jesus is coming soon is a waste of space, Joseph. What you should have had up there was also event 201 on 10:18 and how in Luke 10:18 Satan comes to earth. You know? So next time you do this flyer, less black space on the sides, keep the Cladex part, and also get the Luke 10:18 and the date of event 201. Maybe on the other side, drop some Gematria and show how the Holy Bible's 201, like the Jesuit order, and then maybe get more logical about what you're teaching. If you're going to speak against the Jesuits, which I'm glad you are, it doesn't make sense to validate their false religion that they've put on top of the world. And again, for people who don't understand what the false teaching of Christianity is really about, it's just like almost all the other things they want you to do in this world. They want you to give up your own power. They want you to take the power that you have and put it in something outside of yourself. Again, ask a spiritual person, do you consider yourself a child of God? I would imagine that over 90% of the time, they're going to respond, yes. So Jesus is the Son of God. So Jesus is a child of God. If we're all children of God, why are we spending so much time on the story of one child of God? People feel powerless. People believe in silly stories. People are waiting for a silly story to come save them that's never going to happen. You don't see how this story serves the agenda of the tyrants? Again, to Joseph's credit, even though he's subscribed to the false story of Jesus is coming soon, at least he's still out taking action, which is rare for Christians. You don't see many of them taking any action. You see them marching into the church, believing in the lies, waiting for one of these liars to come save them. And as Joseph went through the parking lot here today, he showed how a number of cars have Donald Trump stuff and MAGA up there. And again, just the irony. These people go into the church and don't recognize that MAGA is truly a sick satanic joke. And again, it's not an accident either that Jesus has the same gematria as Lucifer, and they're both referred to as the morning star, and Lucifer has the parallels to Satan. That's not an accident either, because what religion does is it feeds on people's ego. Ego is what makes religion work. That's why everyone's fighting over their religion. My religion's the best. Your religion's false. This is the only true religious teaching. And it's like Christianity is like the biggest joke of all because it's a copy of several other religions and beliefs that came long before it. It's just a slight rewrite, few slight edits. You know, Mithra, the old god of Rome, is almost identical every detail of the story to Jesus, including having the same virgin birth and the same celebrated December 25th birthday. You know, why not just go around with the name Mithra? Why do we need a rebranded Jesus? But yeah, religious people, mostly just weak people. And again, I mean, if they weren't weak people, they wouldn't believe in bullshit. They wouldn't wait for some fairy tale to come save them. If they were strong people, they'd take action. They'd have faith in themselves. They wouldn't be so easily defeated by the rest of the herd ridiculing them and going against them and shaming them. See, my character is strong. That's why I can always go out every single day fearless and speak facts and not worry about the crowd of haters. Not worry about all of my friends and family falling off. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I know these people are wrong. They don't deter me. You know, they're lost with the rest of the crowd. And again, this isn't about arrogance. This isn't about I'm greater than everybody else. It's that I am using my God-given gifts and not letting a world that has fallen literally deter me from doing anything else. Here's Joseph, holier than thou according to him, just so easily crushed because his first day trying to go out to the local church, he gets ran off by the local Jesus freaks. See, Joseph, you just came into the church. You're finally just realizing maybe for the first time ever today what the Jesus people are really about, and it ain't shit. Like I've said many a times, these are some of the worst people on earth. Like I told you, my neighbor that I helped out. After he robbed the house and stole the truck, he's going to church on Sundays, flipping me off on the way, driving there in stolen wheels. Probably thinking it's okay because now he'll just go believe in Jesus and have all of his sins forgiven for ripping off his neighbor who helped him. Again, this religious ideology breeds awful people, ignorant people, stupid people, gullible people. Not to mention, Christianity is the religion of Rome that's literally conquered almost the entire world at sword point. This is a religion and gospel that's been spread through the murder of God knows how many people. You think there's anything righteous about this religion? Again, like I said a million times, when the Europeans came over here and killed all the brown people, that printed book was one of the justifications. Look, we're holier than thou. We have the word of God mass printed and produced. These savages don't know anything about this book here. They can't even speak the language it's written in. Again, for it to be 2024 and to think Christianity is some divine inspiration, something to follow and live by, it's just because you're an ignoramus. It's because you don't have any real spirituality. All you have is conformity, fear. Here, I'm going to believe it because the authorities said so, and my mom and dad, they learned the same thing, and they told me I better or else. Here. Let's watch what happened to Joseph today. We're going to take the time to watch Joseph. I'm going to drop out of here. Professing, whatever your name is in the thing will come to you, but I just want to watch Joseph. We're going to take a while to watch this. I'm going to put the playback speed on 1.25 so it moves through a little bit faster. But I just want you to watch holier than thou Joseph become so easily conquered by the old Jesus people. I want you to see the way he reacts. And again, just how easily crushed he is. He's supposedly all filled up with Jesus. And again, what we see as being filled up with Jesus is not being filled up with anything. Filled up with a delusion. No different than Santa Claus. Okay. Let me change the audio settings here. And it's Joseph. Hold up, there's no audio. Maybe it's because I dropped myself out. Let's try again. You think Jesus would reach out to some of his fat fuck followers and tell them to stop being so gluttonous and actually take care of their body because it's the temple? All right, let's try this again.
Got about 5 more. Hello?
This is private property. What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm spreading the good news that Jesus is coming soon.
Right?
What are you doing?
I'm security here.
Okay.
And I see you going around, look like you're trying to open up the doors, or...
It looks like I'm trying to open up the doors.
Well, go around the side like a driver's side.
Did you just lie?
No, I watched you go down that
And
road,
it looks like I'm trying...
and I started down this road.
It looks like I'm trying to open doors.
Where you walk around to the side, look like you're doing something, then
Right.
go around the front.
Well, that's why I got my camera with me to film everything I'm doing live. So,
Okay.
do you know what these cards say? You want to read it?
I know.
You know what? Go ahead, read it. Go ahead, read it out loud.
COVID was declared as a pandemic March 11, 2020. Exactly 666 days after the pandemic. May 15, 2018. Jesus is coming soon.
So 666, that's the number of the beast, right?
Right.
Is your church letting people know that?
Oh, yes.
You're telling people that? On that card? You told people that? in
Well,
this
no,
church?
not
that
those
quite.
exact words.
Not
no.
those exact words.
But he's coming. Definitely
So,
coming.
right. Did you let them know that the pandemic that we all experienced over the last 4 years, it was declared 666 days after a pandemic simulation by Johns Hopkins? Same people.
I know when we were doing the
Have you heard of Event
we had,
201? Did you tell them about Event 201?
I'll hear that.
You don't know nothing about? Did you tell them about Disease X?
Disease X?
No.
I haven't heard that one.
Well, I got about 5 cards left. You gonna let me hand them out on my way back to my car?
Just, I was told to come out here and ask what you were doing. This is private property. You're not allowed
Just
to
doing your job. That's what they say. Right. You know we're in the last days, right?
Yes, sir.
Should probably put God over your job, right?
Right. And that's who I'm serving.
Good.
This is a volunteer thing. I'm a retired deputy sheriff. I'm just curious of why you went around to everybody's car.
Because you're not going to get this information in the church buildings. Can't talk about it. So I'm letting people know directly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing what God has called me to do.
Okay.
So I got about 5 cards left. My car's that way.
Okay.
I was on my way there.
Go ahead.
Pass out my cards and
You're going. Okay.
don't worry, I won't be back here. This is just a one-time thing. I did First Baptist Church last week. They were very nice when they came out.
Yeah. Well, I was just told, people don't like stuff
I know people.
in their cars.
Yeah, materialism's a heck of a thing, man. Especially in these last days, people very obsessed about their cars, and God forbid someone would put some information on the car. I know.
And one of them out here is mine. I'm very particular about somebody playing with my car.
You're very particular about so you wouldn't want this information on your car, is what you're saying?
Once I seen it, it'd be fine. But somebody walking up to it and
So again, look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's very concerned about the well-being of his car. Look at his fucking body. Looks like the average American, fat fucking belly, gonna die in no time. But he's worried about the way his car looks. Yeah. And he goes to church and believes in Jesus. Again, if Jesus were real, then why do so many of his followers look like this? Why does this guy not give a shit about what he just shared with him? Again, because these people are spiritually empty. They're fucking retards. To believe in such a stupid story, you have to be a fucking retard. That God would send his son to earth to die for your sins. What part of that story doesn't scream fucking retarded? Fucking bullshit. The whole thing does. You have to be very stupid to believe it. And the only reason people believe it is because of fear. If I don't believe that, then I don't get the eternal afterlife because the authorities told me so. Thoughtless fucking retards. That's what we have all over the world. And sometimes you have to talk real mean, like I so often do, to get people to snap out of it. Sometimes people getting provoked makes them look into things and they're like, oh shit, he's fucking right. I mean, this guy just represents America. He's so worried about his fucking car and a flyer being on the windshield, but not worried about his fat fucking gut that's going to take 30 years off his life.
and checking it, that doesn't really crazy about it.
Like if I looked in the mirror and looked like that, I'd probably just shoot myself. That's why I rant the way I do. If you look like this, you probably should just fucking shoot yourself. Literally. an embarrassment in the flesh, and there's a lot of them walking around.
Crazy about it. If you think this is crazy, you should see what happens in about the next 2 years.
Oh, I know what's going to happen.
You won't be worried about your car then, sir. I promise you.
Yeah.
By the end of 2025, you won't be worried about your car. I promise you. You know why? Because we're in the last days.
I agree.
And America's about to be destroyed if you didn't know.
Yep.
America's Babylon, sir.
Again, the last days, just believing all the bullshit stories. Yeah, they're creating the last days scenarios. That's all. Again, what's the point of talking about the Jesuits now? They do everything by the numbers, if not understanding that they're using the Bible as a playbook and using this religious dogma they've cemented in everyone's head to make them believe that, oh yeah, the prophecy's being fulfilled. These people are contriving prophecy by the mass-produced bullshit book they put out all over the world. Okay? That's what's going on. When we act like it's all real, we become part of the problem. That's why Joseph's a very confused person. And again, he only woke up recently. He just snapped out of NFL fandom. And again, this guy's here talking about the last days because he knows his heart attack is probably just weeks away. By the time Joseph comes back with the next Flyers, this guy will be in the ground. Embarrassing.
It really is. All right, I know you don't want to believe it. You're a former police officer. You don't want to think we live in Babylon. Yeah, keep smiling, buddy. You won't be smiling in the next year.
I will, because I'll meet him.
You won't be meeting him if you're all obsessed with your materialistic nature. He thinks he's going to meet him, all worried about me leaving a card on his car. Well, you know what? I already hit these cars, so I'm just going to walk over here. They should be happy I don't walk right up in their service right now. I got about 5 cards. I'm going to go put them over here because I already did those. Well, that's too bad. We almost got through without any issues. Oh, well. Well, that's a shame. That's a shame. I certainly hope some people from this church do watch this video. You see how I questioned him? I said, is your church letting people know COVID was declared a pandemic 666 days? Oh, yeah, we're letting them know. Liar. That guy lied to me. That man's a liar. That man's not going anywhere because he's not born again. Tell you what, if he was born again, he wouldn't be at this church. How about them apples? If you really were born again, you wouldn't be at a watered-down, lukewarm church telling God's messengers to take a hike. Now, would you? Worried about your precious vehicle. You hear what he said at the end? One of those cars is mine. Ooh, it looks like they got the whole team coming out. Okay, last card here, guys. Time to head out.
And again, the guy did retract and say that, no, we're not talking about this here, so I don't know if it's right to call him a liar. And then, again, just to play petty things, you could be like, well, you told him you had 5 more flyers. You just put out 10 more flyers. So, again, they could say, well, you're a liar. You said you had 5 more. You just did way more than 5 cars. But again, there's nothing wrong, honestly, with what Joseph's doing. I think this is good. I think this is the right thing to do. I just think I would have made a better flyer and not wasted space with Jesus is coming soon, which is a load of shit. That's a lie in itself. And anyhow, you're about to see how he just cracks in caves and he can't handle the 3 old Jesus freaks out here, and his whole life's about to get turned upside down. And again, this is not spiritual fortitude. And I've never met, you know what, I'm not going to say I never met. I know one Christian in this community who I respect. One. And he knows who he is.
All right, that's it. Okay. Let me take off my fanny pack. Hello? I don't need to take my hands anywhere, bro. I'm going to my car. Get away from me. Get away from me. Don't touch me. Get away from me. I'm going home. My cards are gone. I'm going home. You're live. You're a church. I'm a ministry. Cool. No one told me I couldn't come here and do this. You're on camera too. You're on a live. I'm going to my car. You're going to take those off? Are you serious? You're going to take those off of cars?
Yes, we are. Okay.
You people are sick. You know we're living in the last days, right?
You kidding me?
You know we're living in the last days, right? You people are sick. You know we're living in the last days, right? You people are sick. You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know we're living in the last days, right? You know
Are we?
Then why are you taking them off?
Because I haven't analyzed it.
You haven't analyzed it? Look it up. Do a Google search for 2 minutes. You'll figure it out. You'll do it. Okay, you guys are sick.
You're leaving?
I am leaving. You guys are sick.
Oh, yeah, walk into your car.
You know what's not going to leave? This video is not going to leave YouTube.
We got
Wow.
YouTube too, buddy. What do you think?
Cool. I'm doing God's work. You're here representing the church, taking those cards off of cars that tell...
And again, say what you will about me, but just why is he so scared of these guys? Why is he immediately backing off and saying, I'm out of here? Why not just approach them and have like a reasonable conversation at first? I always do that no matter what the situation is. And yeah, just, it's going to get worse from here, but it's like, are you intimidated by these guys? What the fuck, dude? Aren't you like in your 30s? Joseph, go back and watch how I handled the haters on the street in the numerous video examples I have out there. My favorite all the time was the guy who said he was going to cancel me.
People, we're in the last days. And that COVID was declared a pandemic 666 days after pandemic simulation. Have you told people in that church?
Yeah.
You have? You told them about Clade X? You're a liar. You're a liar. Go ahead, tell me. You told them about Clade X? You are a liar.
What's the point of starting screaming he's a liar before giving him a chance to explain? God. Oh, man. You think Jesus would intervene here? This guy's all filled up with Jesus. You think he'd do a better job?
Liar. You told him? Did you tell him about Event 201? Did you tell him about Disease X? You're a liar. You're a liar. Goodbye. Goodbye. Liars.
Find your car, buddy.
I am.
And again, all these Jesus people here can't even get along with each other, and they all believe in the same bullshit. And again, like I always say, my mom comes from a small town in North Dakota. It was divided amongst Catholics and Lutherans. The Catholics lived on this side of town. The Lutherans lived on this side. There was a Catholic church. There was a Lutheran church. And the kids were told that they shouldn't really play with the other kids from the other religion. It's like, wow, I thought the end of the day was supposed to be all about Jesus. And all it's all about is ego. And I'm more right than the other person.
The Bible says no man knows the day or the hour.
Is there a day or an hour on the card? Is there a day or an hour on the card? Or does it say Jesus is coming soon? I'm a false prophet? How? How am I a false prophet? I am leaving.
You said you were coming.
Well, I'll tell you where you're a false prophet, Joseph. You do make a lot of claims that are totally false, and you keep accusing Obama of being Satan, which is just fucking retarded. So that's a starting point.
You're gonna regret this.
Leave now.
I am.
Now.
You get away from me, people. You represent Calvary Chapel Church, Newport Richey, Florida. This is Calvary Chapel Church. I am going. I'm walking to the car and you're following me.
Right. I want to make sure you get off this property.
Why?
Because
God forbid people will get some truth in this building, right? Oh, I thought you told them about Clade X. Tell me again, both of you. Both of you lied and said you knew.
And again, you guys, if we lived in a sane world, religious people would be recognized as mentally ill people. And you listen to Joseph here, and it sounds like someone who's mentally ill. Again, you have hundreds of hours of me being out on the street. Never once have I come across as someone who seems mentally ill. And for anyone who feels like that's a cheap shot to say that religion's mental illness, it's really not. I mean, again, if people were like claiming there's a man in the clouds and he's going to come save us and this wasn't some established thing, you'd be like, this person's fucking wackadoodle. Man in the clouds going to come save us? You're just like giving up your whole life? You're giving your money away to somebody else in a building that's telling you that, you need to put money in the plate? You're like listening to a mentally ill deceiver. Again, religion is nothing but bullshit. It's like the biggest steaming load there ever was. And this is what it looks like, too. Just a bunch of frauds, just part of the herd, lost people. They didn't really none of this makes any sense. He's out there sharing something that's like a number from the religious teachings, from the book of Revelation, the concluding book of the New Testament. And they're so troubled by this. They don't want their congregation to know about it. They don't want him here talking about it. All they want are the people to go in the church and put their money in the plate so that they can get their security paycheck. Again, there's no churches that have been talking about anything. There's People tuned in right now across the nation by the tens of millions listening to Joel Osteen, who makes every sermon about money. You know? It's like, Jesus wasn't promoting wealth and getting rich like Joel Osteen is. Joel Osteen's spinning everything about, yeah, it's totally true, you guys. It doesn't matter if everything shitty's happening in your life right now, because trust me, it's part of God's plan, because 400 years from now, it's probably going to be a good thing for one of your ancestors. It's like, oh, what a fucking story. Thanks, Joel. What about all those people that lost their homes and you wouldn't let them in the church when they were homeless, Joel? Wouldn't Jesus have done that? You could have just built a whole new temple. You rake in about $1 billion a year. Anyway, let's continue to watch Joseph here and the fellow pack of Jesus freaks just have a meltdown over a factual statement on a card minus the Jesus. And what's funny is they're most mad about the Jesus is coming soon. They're calling him a false prophet for writing that down. Oh, man, it's just, you can't even make sense of it, just like how you can't even make sense of anything in this world and how people just subscribe to the biggest loads of shit from Donald Trump to fake religion. Here we go.
Do about
In
it.
your car. Then you came back. So
I said
get
I had 5 cars that I'm going to my car. I already did all these. So I had 5 more. I did them. And now I'm going.
You said that already. You lying?
Am I not walking to my car?
If there's a card on my car, I'm going to charge you for trespassing.
If there's a card on your
My
car,
property is my property. The sheriff's already on his way. So
you're going to charge me for leaving a card? You work at a church. I put a card on your car that says Jesus is coming soon. And you're going to try to press charges for leaving a card that says Jesus is coming soon? When you look, you work at a church and you ask Jesus is the answer on your hat? Are you serious? I would love to go to jail for this as a martyr for doing what God wants me to do.
And again, what we're seeing here is just all these people are full of shit. They all say things, they claim to believe things, but at the end of the day, none of them are about any of it. Just a bunch of conformists, people looking to fit in, doing their job, taking orders, but at the end of the day, it's just all nothing. It's all nothing. He just belted out what came out of his mouth. Watch how false what he just said is. He's about to fly out of here.
he wants you to do it at a church?
Yeah, because you're asleep. Don't you see how asleep you are?
I didn't hear you.
You got 3 of you coming at me, a messenger of God in the last days. You people are sick.
Joseph, you're not a messenger of God, okay? It's great that you realize the worth of Gematria, but you're no messenger of God. You're lost in the sauce. You believe in the fakest religion there ever was. And listen to how you're conducting yourself. Like, you really did make this situation a lot more hostile than it needed to be. Had you just kept your cool and your composure and explained calmly what Clade X is, the anniversary of Operation Warp Speed being on the same day, why it matters May 15th, where Event 201 being on October 18th fits in with Luke 10:18. Other examples you could have pointed to about how that rapper put out the Luke 10:18 666 shoes. Again, there's a lot of things you could have pointed to that probably would have been intriguing to them, but you were afraid, man. You were ruled over by fear. You were afraid of these little old men that came out here, and you're just all over the place. You're out of here, you're staying here, you want to get martyred. Again, at the end of the day, it's like you just see that what's inside you isn't concrete. It's not solid. You don't exactly know what you're doing. I don't have that problem. When I'm out there, it's always consistent. I'm not letting anybody run me off the block, you know? I did get shoved off the Oklahoma City property by 3 armed security guards. You know, I also was right across from the feds, and they had the police out there, so... But again, they had to physically shove me off the property, you know? So, you shouldn't let anybody walk you off, especially after you made the statement you did.
I'm trying to help you find your car.
I don't need help. It's right there. The one with the big Buccaneers flag with a big X mark through it, because I'm no longer in love with the world. You might have seen me driving around town for the last couple years.
You're really wasting my time.
I'm wasting your time? Tell me how much you know about Clade X. What do you know about Event 201? When was Event 201? What is Event 201?
When I answer
What's Disease X?
the world,
You don't know anything about anything, sir. You don't know anything.
Gotta let him answer.
absolutely. If anybody was right, it was you.
Enjoy your walk of shame. Calvary Chapel Church right here. On 10.
Oh shit, I hit the wrong thing. Dude, you can't tell them to enjoy the walk of shame when literally that's what you're doing. You're doing the walk of shame. You're getting walked off. Ah, man. These people. Where are we at? I hit the wrong damn button.
Come on inside, you can listen.
But hey, how many of you guys are Trump supporters? You support Trump?
Yes.
Hold on.
You're going to take all these cards off? How about Event 201? When was Event 201? What is Event 201?
When I answer
What's disease X?
the world,
You don't know anything about anything, sir. You don't know anything.
you're right. You're right. Absolutely. If anybody was right, it was you. Come on.
Enjoy your walk of shame. Calvary Chapel Church right here.
Did you say it? Let's make it right.
You're going to take all these cards off? Go ahead, I want to see you. Come on, show them.
Come on, dude, you're killing me.
Show them on camera how you're going to take all the cards off. That give people factual information. Look at that. Real facts.
I asked you to go.
Real facts, and you're going to take it off the car. Why? You don't want people to know? Because your church isn't telling people anything? You telling anyone about these days we live in? Got a bunch of Donald Trump supporters in here.
Come on inside, you can listen.
But hey, how many of you guys are Trump supporters? You support Trump?
Yes.
Yes? You support Trump? Calls himself the father of the vaccine. Wrote out Operation Warp Speed. Did you get the vaccine? Did you get the vaccine?
Your car.
Did you get the vaccine?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I did not.
No, you did not. At least you did that right. You people are sick.
No, we're saved by the blood.
Oh yeah, you're saved by the blood. You're real born again. Maybe you should read John 3:3. Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. You are not born again. Sorry, not a one of you are. Go ahead. What you gonna do? Take pictures of my license plate in my car so the police can come out to my house and say, hey, you're not allowed to go to Calvary Chapel anymore. This is a one-time thing, boys. And y'all failed big time. This was a test from God for you boys.
No, Joseph, you failed. You failed. You just got walked off the property by 3 old men after you said you would stand there and go down as a martyr for Jesus, and you turned it into a huge escalation over nothing, because fear's what's going through your body. Again, you show me a Christian, I'll show you a person living in fear. Every single time, because that's all their belief is based in. And that's a fact. That is a fact. You hear it time and time again when the Christians call in here. We get them to boil it down to, yeah, essentially they're not going to go against it because they don't want to jeopardize the eternal afterlife. Had you been born into Mormonism, you'd be wearing your magic underwear and thinking if you just, keep wearing your magic underwear and follow the rules, you're going to live on your eternal planet with all of your brides. All of these bullshit things are based in nothing but bullshit and things that are unprovable. You don't know what the afterlife is. I'm not saying there's not an afterlife. I don't know that there is either. What I imagine, though, is God will judge you, if there is something along this religious dogma, for your actions and the things you did on earth. I know my resume is far from perfect, but I also know it's 1,000,000 times better than almost everyone walking the earth. I've made a lot of sacrifice, I've done a lot of right things, and my intentions the entire time I've been here have been righteous. Do I always go about the right way? Could I be a lot nicer? Absolutely. But I do want to communicate that I'm pissed off and fed up, and I do know that sometimes when people get provoked, it's what causes them to actually look into things, Who's this arrogant fucker who thinks he's so right? Somebody might say watching my video. Well, look into what I'm saying, and then you might realize that maybe it's not arrogance. Maybe it's confidence from having so much evidence to back it up, And again, I'm just so tired of holier-than-thou Christians who, here, we get to see what Joseph really is. Joseph, again, I'll give credit where it's due. It's great that you went out there and gave a flyer. It's great that you had some good information on it. But you just showed, man, you're not ready. And your belief in Jesus clearly didn't come here and intervene and help you handle any of this the right way on a church parking lot with a bunch of Jesus people. You're so about Jesus. I mean, you hate on me because I don't believe in Jesus, but look, you hate on these people. They're coming out in Jesus caps.
And you failed. Big time. You guys got the cards? Check out the YouTube channel. You just touched my vehicle. I'm going to press charges against you too. How's that?
Never touched it.
Yeah, same thing I did. I never touched any vehicles either, so.
But again, that was still like immature. Again, just walk back the whole thing. When they were first coming out there, these old men that you're so scared of, why'd you get so scared? Why don't you just say calmly, what's the problem, gentlemen? I'm a Christian here in the name of Jesus, spreading a message about something relevant, about, what's taking place on this earth that people are not aware of. And from what I understand, it's not being shared in your church, but really it should be being shared in every church amongst every Christian. Why couldn't it just been like that? Like I tell you, Joseph, you religious types, you're not holier than thou. You're not more spiritually inclined. You're just part of the conformist herd. There's nothing to it. If Jesus was a real thing, these guys wouldn't be treating you the way they're treating you, and you'd be doing a better job.
How do you like that?
I don't care.
You don't care.
No.
Well, I hope you have a great day. I hope you guys actually find Jesus, the real Jesus, not this fake, made-up, imaginary Jesus you've made up in your own heads. Look at you with your American flags.
Go ahead. You can think of something else. Go ahead. Come on. Impress me. Keep going. Go.
Okay, you want to be impressed? How about this? America was founded in 1776, same year as the Illuminati. You knew that?
In school.
You ever heard of Gematria? No?
I'm not asking for a quiz.
Revelation 13:18. Here is wisdom. Let he that hath understanding count the number of the beast. For it's a number of a man is number 666. You can't solve that without Gematria. You should learn about Gematria. I'm not nervous. I'm animated, sir. Star Spangled Banner equals 666.
Joseph, there is more to know than Gematria too. Like if you actually looked more into 666, you would have known this was solved a long time ago, and it's about Nero in the Bible, okay? You need to do better research.
That's your nation. I got American flag tattooed on my arm, not that you care. I used to love this country too until I woke up. Okay?
Where are you going to go then?
Huh?
Where are you going?
Where are we going to go? America's Babylon. Me? I'm waiting for Jesus. This place is about to be destroyed, sir. You live in Babylon. The worst country in all of world history. Babylon. America.
That's all the time I gave you. Go.
Sir, I'm not on your time. You're not going to tell me to go.
Property, idiot. Property. Leave.
What's your name? You want to give the people your name? You want to give anyone your name?
You want to give anybody your name?
Yeah, Joseph Acquaviva. Joseph Stephen Acquaviva. You want the middle name? Acquaviva means water of life, like living water. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, you have a blessed day. Thank you for trying to stop the truth. But that's okay. We're going to put you on full blast.
Do you have a unit on the way?
God bless you.
You hear that? He's out of there. He's out of there. Unit on the way. I'm out of there. I want to get arrested as a martyr. Where's my keys? Oh, man.
Give me a second, guys.
He probably
Just
wasn't
get
even
off
really
their
on the
property.
line. He just knew if he said that on the phone, Joseph would bounce.
I knew it would happen. I knew it. That's why I was not wanting to come here, but God told me to come here. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just change my locations. Those people are liars. They lied a million different ways.
Joseph, again, calling people liars over and over, it's just the pot calling the kettle black. You've been lying about who I am to a million times. Again, and it's just like really weird, because to copy literally everything I say word for word, add nothing new to it other than spin it that Obama's Satan, which is completely meaningless and demeans the work, but then to always falsely accuse me. It's just so lame. Don't talk about things you don't know. You know, it can definitely make you a liar. And when you start claiming religious things to be true, you're probably helping promote lies. Okay? You know the end times is coming. You know Jesus is coming soon. No, you don't. Those are lies.
The guy said he saw me trying to open up car doors. That's a lie. They both told me that their pastors have told their churches about Claydex. That's a lie. Those guys lied. It's on camera. Calvary Chapel Church, you got...
How do you know they lied? You didn't even give them a chance to respond. Maybe they didn't know about it. They probably didn't, but you didn't even give them a chance to respond, Joseph. So think about that. Like, you just kept talking and getting louder and no time for a response. Now you're saying they're lying. You don't know that. False assumptions. That's a form of lying.
Guys are about to get exposed, man. I mean, you're exposed live right now. So, that was insane. Here's where I was last week, First Baptist Church. I didn't have any problem there. This is where I was last week, right across the street.
You know, when we were in Oklahoma City, we had a police officer who saw the group of what we were talking about, and it created like this setting for him where he could just open up and spill the beans about how he was feeling about everything in the world. And he talked about how he recently had to drop out of the military and he missed his pension and he was almost there, but he wasn't going to get the jam. And then the Oklahoma City police hired him without him having to get the jam, so that's why he was doing that. But it was also the time that It's in the Water thing was going viral. He had just watched that. He was all about that. Anyway, we ended up running to him in town, and he was guarding a church, and then we started talking to the church people, and we had a conversation about Gematria, and it went really well. You know, they understood it. There was no altercation. They were like, get off of our property. And again, Joseph, I'm not even about the church. I'm not even about the religion. Had you handled this differently, you might have had a lot more success. You got intimidated by a group of old men. They scared you. You panicked. You started screaming. You jumped to all these conclusions and assumptions. Again, just recognize you're not some greater human being because you believe in some bullshit story, okay? I don't want to say that I'm greater than you, but it's apparent that I am. I'm sorry. Is meaning that might seem to say or arrogant. It's just facts. That's why I can go out on the street and conduct myself and keep my composure even when it gets hot, and I don't like lose my mind and start screaming and sounding like a wackadoodle. Doesn't have anything to do with, you know, what our religious takes are. Just has to do with being better human beings. Somebody's better than the other person. You don't ever hear me claiming to be better than you. I know I just did it right there, but I'm only doing it because that's what you do. You always claim to be better than me because you believe in Jesus. You just saw that you're not a better person. You can't conduct yourself. And again, I'm not copying you. I'm not imitating your work all the time and then slandering you. That's what you're doing to me. That's what a lot of people in this community are doing. These Jesus people that learn the work and then think they're better. You guys aren't better. You're not better because you believe in Christianity. I mean, I'm really just talking to Christians in general, how they just think they're better than everybody. They're not. Again, like literally every Christian person I really knew growing up was mostly a piece of shit. That's not a coincidence. The religion breeds that. The whole belief system breeds that. Nonsensical belief system that says if you just believe, then you can pretty much be a shitty person and be forgiven for it. That's a dumb religion. Hold on, we got to get to Joseph here about how he's about to
Church,
quit.
you've been warned. We'll see how many flyers they leave. Can you believe that, guys? They took the flyers off the car. Then the one guy says he's gonna press charges against me because I put a flyer on his car. He's gonna say I trespassed his car. Then look at this. The other guy puts the flyers on my car. I'm literally got the flyers right here on my car. I mean, this is ridiculous. All right, guys, hold on. I'm gonna pull over in a second and we'll chat. Let me just get away from that.
So he's getting out of town because he's worried about the cops coming. Oh, Joseph, just running because you're afraid. Well, why even? I mean, are you not a liar? You just said you would happily get martyred, and now you're afraid and driving away. Calling people a liar? Who's lying? Who's lying?
A snake pit. How disgusting was that? Unbelievable. I might just have to retire after that, guys. Guys, that might have been my last live stream for a long time, because at this point, I don't really, I don't know if there's much more I can do, guys. I really don't. Where can I go real quick? Let me go up here. Yeah, for all you guys that want to say I'm a Freemason, I'm controlled opposition, yeah, let's see you go do that out of church.
It was nice that you put out the flyers, but I think almost anybody could have done better than you did after you got confronted. I mean, literally like 0 out of 10 performance.
What are the police going to come to my house and say you're trespass from Calvary Chapel? Cool, I'll wear it as a badge of honor. Are you kidding me? The church trespassed me from leaving him information? Unbelievable. Give me a second. I actually have to disconnect my battery these days. You know, I stopped telling you guys all my car troubles because, you know, nobody wants to hear it. But remember all the times I had those problems with my battery and something kept killing it? Yeah, I had to get a kill switch, so I got to disconnect the old thing. Here's the cards he collected and put back on my car. Unbelievable. All right, let me check in with the chat. What'd you guys think of that, huh? Wow, unbelievable. How about those guys? You think we're in the last days? Got 3 old men, 3 Donald Trump supporters with their American flags pinned on their chest, gonna tell me I gotta leave when I'm passing out cards at a church that says Jesus is coming soon, and it just lets people know that we're in the last days and COVID was declared a pandemic 666 days after pandemic simulation, and they don't want people to know that. Why? Why? It takes one, maybe 2 minutes to look that up, to see how many days. All they would have to do, Google Clade X pandemic simulation, and then Google when was COVID declared a pandemic. They would see it's March 11th, 2020. 666 days in between. Didn't even tell them the word vaccination equals 666. That'd be too much for them. Or that the word sorceries equals 666. And Revelation 18:23 says the nations will be deceived by their sorceries. So, anyways, I don't think I was wrong in anything I said. Yeah, I got a little animated. Maybe I could have kept my cool a little bit more, but yeah. Have you ever been in a parking lot where it takes a lot of courage to even get there, and then you're...
Why does it take so much courage? You're in Jesus land as a supposed Jesus person yourself. Like, you're not in hostile territory, you know? You had old men, literally old men, coming at you. You're a young man. You're intimidated by these old men. They were like laughing and making fun of you. They're like, this little fucker doesn't know shit about shit. Oh, man. And again, the thing that makes me sick is, you know, a guy like this trying to be a clone of me, but then also ridicule me. And then if you watch, he always begs for money. And just like he said, hey, I need money for my truck. Dude, you don't need any money to be doing this work because you're not adding anything. You know, you're not adding anything to it. You're taking the message and ruining it. You know, there's no point in exposing the Jesuits if you're just going to submit to the Jesuit dogma and promote that. At the end of the day, that's the most important thing they do, that they got everybody under the mind control of their bullshit religion so that they don't do anything themselves and keep waiting for the man in the clouds to come save them. You know? No, money that's going to you for this work is a waste. A total waste. You know? You don't need any funds to do this work. You can't even perform in the Jesus parking lot. Try going on hostile territory. That would look even a lot worse. 3 old men scared you off the block, Joseph. That's who you are.
You got 3 men charging at you as you're trying to walk to your car? Unbelievable.
Charging. Those guys were on the verge of a fucking heart
So
attack.
yeah, I don't know, guys. That took a lot out of me right there. This whole thing's been taking a lot out of me. So I don't know. That might be my
Joseph, you literally sound like a fucking pussy. You know? Jesus might have been a lot of things, but he never sounded like a pussy. My God. You think you're filled up with the Holy Spirit? Too much estrogen. Check the diet.
last video for a long time. It might be. I don't know, guys. I don't know anymore. All right, got my eyes on the chat. What do you guys think? What did I do wrong? What did I do right? Give it to me. Was I wrong to go to the church and try to let them know something that the church isn't going to tell them? Do you see why they got so mad and upset with me being there? Do you see why the churches are asleep? Someone like me tries to go to a church and do something like that, and they get kicked out within 20, 25 minutes by 3 guys. Thank you, Connie. Thank you, Susie. I'm reading your comments, so we'll hang out for another 5 minutes, guys, and I'm going to wrap it up. No, I won't be deleting this video. No, this video is going to stay up. How sick are those people? He pulls out his phone. He's like, I'm recording you too. And he told me I was going to be on YouTube. You don't have no YouTube channel, bro. You're not going to put me on the Calvary Chapel YouTube. So that was another lie. Those guys told so many lies.
We'll find out.
I think every single one of them told me a different lie. And on top of the lies, just the fact that you're trying to kick me out. As I'm holding up an empty bag, I'm like, guys, I have no cards. The cards are gone. I had 5 cards left, and I was walking back to my vehicle. But then I said, well, I've already put cards on all these, so let me walk over here, and I'll do my last 5 over here. So the guy saw me walk back the other way. Then he came out with his 2 buddies. And then they're like, come over here. I'm like, no, I'm walking in my car. I'm done. And then they wanted to be confrontational. And they wanted to follow me all the way back to the vehicle, you know? Yeah.
All right. Well, apparently, Joseph, over 500 people liked your video, so at least you got some support out there. And again, for anyone who does watch Joseph, understand the guy just tries to be a clone of me, but in the name of Jesus. And all of you guys who cannot see the total problem with this, you really need to pull your head out of your ass. You're evidence of what religious people are, not the sharpest tools in the shed. So, again, Joseph, at the same time, I can always be a nicer person. Sometimes I think God's communicating with me. Like right now, I just spilled my coffee all over myself, and maybe that's God telling me that I'm being too much of an asshole right now. But, again, Joseph, you said what was the good and the bad. The good was that you had the courage to go out there and take the time out of your day to print money, or take your own money and print on that card and put that information out there. That's good, but the card could have been a lot better. It could have been without the religious dogma, which is just total bullshit. You even got ridiculed by your own Jesus people. Called you a false prophet for saying Jesus is coming soon. Think about it. Those old guys have been around a lot longer than you. How many times do you think they've heard Jesus is coming soon? Jesus is coming soon. They'd probably all stop going to church if it wasn't for their wives, They want to put those blue pills to work every now and then, and it makes the wife happy to go show up on Sunday. I'm sure at the end of the day, that's probably the truth of their hearts at this point in the game. But yeah, what you did wrong was everything outside of printing the cards and putting them on the windshield. I literally didn't see one other thing you did right. And again, to just say that they were charging at you, these 3 old crippled men, come on, man. Don't embarrass yourself. And stop talking shit about me, especially if you're going to teach everything just like how you learned it from me. That's also pathetic. That makes you a fraud. So we got a few people that want to join the chat. This person's been in here the longest. And professing, you got to unmute yourself. You're on.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up?
I think there's an echo.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I got to change the audio setting. You're good.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, man. I mean, I just feel kind of bad for this guy. He seemed a little hysterical.
Yeah. He says he's driven by Jesus. Everything he's doing is commanded by Jesus. And I was like, well, if this is commanded by Jesus, doesn't look very good.
Yeah. So what do you think? What do you think? Like, as far as for what he was trying to, like, what was he trying to accomplish? I guess is my question.
Well, he's a confused person. I mean, he's trying to get out the knowledge, and I mean that part's great, but at the end of the day, it's like, well, if you just think it's all prophecy and like it's unfolding, then it's what's the point for any of these people to even know that they did that? If it's just prophecy and it's just the way the world is and it's the end times and everything's about to be destroyed, I mean, is there even really a point in knowing that? And that's probably the way those guys are looking at it. Like, so what?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. He's confused. He's a confused person. Most people are confused to some degree. And I'd say most religious people, like, they're just, they don't know what to think about anything. So they're just going to believe what they were told from a young age. And I don't know. What I'm trying to do on this channel is give people clarity of what's taking place in the world, how we've all been deceived and lied to, and everyone is subscribing to lies through their beliefs. And we have to break this matrix of submitting to authority and all that it tells us to think and do. I mean, you just see that that's what humanity is doing. They're doing what they're told rather than having acts of civil disobedience in stopping this corrupt system in its tracks, which really could happen if people would work together to overcome the tyranny.
Yeah, you said earlier too that, like, because of the Bible or Christianity, maybe in specific, is the reason why there's a lot of like war and people that get killed and things like that. Like they use that as justification.
Sure.
Yeah. So what's your thoughts on so do you think that there is some bigger plan, like that would be an end of the end days type scenario where,
well, they've shown that they have plans to get rid of a lot of people, don't they? If we witness something like that unfolding with our eyes, a lot of people are going to think this is revelation. This is exactly what's projected in the Bible. They'll think the 500 million people left here are the sinners who didn't believe,
Oh, yeah. Well, do you personally believe though that they're actually going to be able to do something like that, or do you think that this is all just bullshit, like all the way down?
Well, here let's just ask the question: Is there a capability of wiping out most of humanity? What do you think the answer to that question is? Yes or no?
Personally, I don't really know, because like they would have to do it with nukes, right? Like it would be a nuclear war type thing. Or?
No. Do you know where the 500 million number comes from that they use?
The Georgia Guidestone.
Well, but do you know where that number comes from and why it was put on there and like why they put it in the show Utopia? There's a common belief about our history and where the 500 million number comes from. Yeah. So they say that the Earth's population was 500 million until the agricultural age. And then once we discovered agriculture, then we were able to produce more food and the Earth could sustain a larger population. So essentially 500 million is like before we became more advanced. So you think about that though. Again, there's a book called The Last Hours of Ancient Sunlight, and it's one of those books that's talking about how we're going to run out of oil, and without oil, the Earth's population can only be sustained at a much lower level than what it is now. Mm-hmm. But essentially, I mean, imagine that, like most people right now, how many of us are in control of our own food supply? So if they did plan an event, we saw it kind of in COVID, right? Because things got shut down in COVID, and then you went to the grocery store, and all of a sudden there was no macaroni and no milk, and you didn't have this thing that you're used to having there. If they really wanted to shut down the supply chain, people would find themselves without, I mean, imagine they turn off power, they turn off the food supply chain. It wouldn't take long until people didn't have much in their cupboards. I mean, most people I know, I go over to their house, they don't have anything in their fridge or cupboards. They're just eating out at fast food restaurants each day. So a lot of people would find themselves up Schitt's Creek without a paddle if they decided to shut down the system. And we've seen that they can shut down the system, and they can shut it down for any number of reasons they can come up with, including a 99.9% survivable illness. So I'd say, yeah, they do have the capability to get rid of a lot of people really fast. And yeah, so I'd say it's within the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was just curious about. Like, do you think that is something that they would execute? Like, that is the ultimate goal. Like, the world government, like the Jesuit order, is like, this is going to be our ultimate goal, is to pull the plug on the food supply chain and like bring us back to that 500 million number, and then like whatever happens from there, I guess, would be anyone's guess. But
I think it's within the realm of possibility. I mean, at the same time, they want to maintain, I would imagine, in people's minds, a sense of trust and authority in government. So again, that's why they'd have to give you a story that, oh, the grid's down, everything's sabotaged because this foreign enemy like Iran or Korea or whatever did it, or Russia or whatever they want to blame, China. But yeah, the point is, we know at the end of the day, all these nations are essentially working together. The CIA overthrew half these countries, 50 some years ago, and now uses them as a boogeyman puppet states. But yeah, they can create a narrative to create chaos, and there could be a lot less people here in a relatively quick period of time. Yeah. So I do think they could trim the Earth's population down to 500 million rather fast if they wanted to. It remains to be seen how they go about it. But there's no doubt that right now there's it's been in motion for a long time. I mean, all this stuff, abortion, what's going on right now with fentanyl all over the streets and people ODing from fentanyl, all of these are little subtle things to depopulate.
yeah, I think the vaccine made people like not able to reproduce too, maybe.
Exactly. And I mean, you just see all the reports. It's just like the average male has a lot less potency in their semen right now. And I'm sure that has a lot to do with, the medical world and what's in the food and what's in our water. There's just so many things going on right now that show you that there's a path. So how extreme is it going to be? How fast do we get to this target number of 500 million? I don't know the answers to these things, but I do think if they wanted to do it fast, they could.
Yeah, I think I would like to maybe have a conversation with this Joseph guy, because I think he was just being a little hysterical and maybe like not thinking straight, and I just feel bad for him, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've known the whole time that his mind isn't right, because he's literally copying me and then slandering me. I mean, he's been doing it for years now, telling people that I'm an antichrist and a shill, and it's like, it doesn't make any sense to be copying my work and then saying that about me at the same time. I mean, just those two things right there are so at odds with each other.
Yeah. Makes sense, man. All right. Well, cool. I just wanted to kind of pick your brain on that whole matter. So.
All right. Well, appreciate it.
Yep.
You have a good day. All right. Diamond Quantum.
Hey, what's up, Zach? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
First of all, like I said, it doesn't even make sense when the Christians believe the Jews are the chosen, and then you ask they believe Jesus is the Messiah, and then the Jews don't even believe in Jesus as the Messiah. They believe in a Moshiach that's supposed to come back. So right there, all you have to do is ask a Christian, okay, what do you think about that? They don't even know anything about Jewish religion. That's the funny thing. They sit there and claim that the Jews are the chosen, but yet they're never taught to go look into it. So that's one. And then two, with that keyboard situation, I was looking it up, and they do have, I'm talking physical keyboards. So all of the internet was based off ABC. And I mean, they have some keyboards that are like dual language, but it does seem to all be based off of ABC 1, 2, 3. But even if you break that down, it's all binary code. When you press a digit, it's 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. You know what I mean? So even on a deeper level, our language really is binary. It's a binary code. Right now when we're talking, everything's ones and zeros. So even I wonder if there could be something broken down on that level too. What do you think?
Possibly.
Yeah, that might be the real code that's going on, is this string of ones and zeros, and Gematria is just one level up, and then binary might even be like even deeper. But and then with the whole flat earth stuff, I like to look at both sides, because you do have that firmament aspect where Werner von Braun, friends with Walt Disney, and then Disney has that dome logo.
Again, yeah, I don't denounce that. That doesn't mean the Earth's flat. Again, flat Earth is impossible. Literally,
Well,
you can explain nothing about this Earth on a flat Earth.
why do they
Can't
have to
explain
fake
time zones. Can't explain sunrise, sunset. Is there a firmament? Is there an atmospheric layer that cannot be penetrated? Possibly, but that doesn't
Well, I don't know if
speak to the
there's an
shape
outer
of the
space,
Earth.
because you look at that Elon Musk when he launched that red car out in space.
Again,
It was
doesn't
so
speak to
fake.
the shape of the Earth. Yeah, it looked like total
So
bullshit. He even
fake.
said it himself. It looked
Well,
fake.
why would a guy like him have to fake outer space? If he probably really could do it, but
But that doesn't speak to the shape of the Earth. Faking being in space is like faking your total capability. And again, a lot of people have this idea that government is so great and so much more powerful because of all of its achievements it proclaims, that it also makes them feel powerless and weak. I mean, how many times are people saying, Zach, we can never go against this government. They're so much more sophisticated. They're so much more advanced than we are. Okay, but we have way, way more numbers than them. That's our great advantage by a huge amount. So again, I don't even want to talk about flat Earth because it's literally fucking retarded.
Well,
are they faking space? I don't doubt that they're faking space. That's why I get annoyed with all the flat Earth fucking retards that come here and like, oh, so what? Now you agree with NASA? No, you fucking retards. Do you have a book showing how NASA's faked everything by the numbers over a bunch of years? I'm not denying that NASA's faking their bullshit propaganda to justify the tens of millions of dollars they take from taxpayers every day. Well, I am saying your flat Earth fucking retardation needs to stop because it's based in nothing but bullshit and makes us all look dumber for it.
I was listening to this guy. He creates video games, and he talks about simulation theory, that we're in basically a quantum hologram.
Yeah, which again is also just shit I don't want to talk about because it's also fucking dumb. If we were in a simulation, they wouldn't be spending all this time filling our minds with propaganda and lies. That they'd just be letting it all play out.
This Gematria has to be some kind of AI computer.
No, it doesn't have to be that. Does the Book of Formation talk about AIs and quantum computers? No, it doesn't. It talks about what God did to create the world. And then it ties in with Hermeticism, where everything has a vibration. And if you understand the vibration, you can have control and influence. That's where the connections are. That again, in the ancient mystery religions, there's Hermeticism, there's Kabbalah, there's Kundalini, there's alchemy. There's nothing about quantum computers. There's nothing about simulation theory. Again, these people are invested in this old world shit, which doesn't talk about any of this new modern stuff. No.
Have you played it? Have you played VR? Any VR games? You can play Grand Theft Auto in VR, and it's a simulation inside of a simulation, right? Like you've got computer.
So I can play a video game in virtual reality. So now that's proof we live in a simulation.
Well, but look, you look at the graphics in our lifetime. The graphics have gone. So what's the ultimate capability of a video game graphics? It would be real reality.
Okay, but so like, okay, I understand graphics have advanced a lot in time of video games. I've lived to see it. I was a small child when Nintendo was here with the little block animation figures, and I've seen like the latest Grand Theft Auto trailer. It almost looks real, but it's still not real. It doesn't look like reality. I can't eat the food on the side of the street in Grand Theft Auto. It's obviously not the same thing. It's still
no, but you're just playing a character. But it's in a spiritual level. You're playing we're playing characters. These bodies are basically like, you could look at them like VR suits for your soul, and that's kind of where, if you want to get on this quantum level, you got to see it from a spiritual aspect, where you're this multidimensional soul. And this is your VR suit that you're wearing, and it's a meat suit.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, but that's essentially what video games and virtual reality are trying to capture. They're trying to recreate reality in a virtual space. So yeah, you could say that God created this world. We're not meant to understand everything. It's a big test here, and we are spiritual souls in a meat suit, seeing if we can experience Earth and stay on a righteous path, which almost no one is doing.
Well, Earth is just one of infinite potentials. And I think that just like you can load up a video game, you put this disc into the game, now you just download it, but just like you can load it up. On that disc is every single possibility that could happen on that game. It's already happened. On the disc contains every possibility. So when you're playing the game, everything already exists. You're just navigating through, and every choice you make is determining your outcome. And so it's like in the infinite of this existence, everything already exists, but we just get the opportunity to, every decision we make determines our ultimate destiny. Deep, come on. That's deep.
Yeah,
Diamond
but
quantum.
I don't see what the point really of anything you're making is. Like
Well,
I
but
just
because the gematria has to, this, whatever this code is that's spewing this stuff out, obviously
here
this
again, I'm gonna say something I said a million times. The dark half of Kabbalah is known as the Qlippoth, and it's about having sorcery and control and influence over others. So obviously what we're exposing each day is that. Would you disagree?
definitely.
Okay. So there are a group of people who are doing this, and they control the technology, right? They control the technology because they know the technology is the way to reach humanity. It's the Wizard of Oz, right? The man behind the curtain who's on the big thing that reaches all the people in the town. A plan has been building over time. And again, they want to impact more and more people with their thoughts and ideas and ideology and beliefs. They're instilling their worldview in the minds of more and more people as technology spreads across the earth. And again, with regards to religion, there's a reason that they send missionaries everywhere. You know, like where Sweet Lady's from in Burma. Burma's divided into 7 different states. She's from the state that's called Kachin State, which is the Christian state. Most of the other states are either Buddhist or Islamic, but her state is settled by Catholic missionaries, Christian missionaries. Actually, I shouldn't say Catholic. I actually don't think that, because they're mostly Baptists there. But again, people, they've had to work to spread their influence. Again, if it was just this simulation and everything was unfolding and the powers that be knew that, then what would be the time? What would be the point of investing all this time and energy if everything is just unfolding?
They are playing the game better, I would say, even though I don't like them. But
it's not that they're playing the game better. It's that they're playing the game for a purpose. They want to win. They want to be in control. They want control. Again, it's just like anytime you form a group of people, there's always at least one person in that group who wants to control everybody else more than anyone else. Other people in the group might not want to control others, but there's somebody who will be in that group who wants to be in control. They want to be the boss. They want to dictate what the others are doing. That's a personality type that exists in the world. And obviously the people who rule over this world are that personality type. And obvious with their tactics, they're willing to do whatever it needs to be done to be in control, whether it's kill, start war, bullshit, take bullshit to the ultimate highest level bullshit's ever been, mass produce it in a book, fill everyone's head with it. So again, here's why I get annoyed with the whole virtual reality, quantum computer simulation thing, because it's just another reason to check out. It's just like all the people who are in religion who are like, well, the world's gone. It's for sinners. It's controlled by Satan. So all I can do is wait for Jesus. Then you got, the other people who are like, I'm not into that, but man, I think we're like in a simulation. It's like a video game, and like, what can we do about it?
I don't think Jesus.
I think all this is bullshit. Dude, I think we're here on Earth. It's a living hell because people are not living right. They're not living in righteousness. They're not about things greater than themselves. They're not about anything other than entertainment and materialism at this day and age. This is why the world is suffering. Again, for the Joseph Acquaviva right now, who claims he's doing this work to get his spot in heaven, I'm not here doing this work because I'm not. Okay, maybe there's a part of me that does think about an afterlife where we might end up. But the real reason I get out here and do this work each day is because I can't stand being lied to. And I feel bad for all the children who are growing up just like how I was. When I was a child in school, I knew I was being lied to. I knew my time was being wasted. I didn't like that. I don't want other people to have to experience that. I don't want to have to pay taxes to a corrupt government that literally murders people for the sake of corporate agendas and spreading its unjust influence. Again, all these other conversations that people always want to come on here with, like what you're doing, to me, it just gets annoying because I'm like, I literally don't give a fuck about this theorizing and is this virtual reality in a video game? It's like, what the fuck is the point of this? I'm on here to talk about how fucked up the world is and who's doing it and how we can stop it. Not to delude myself with, well, maybe it's just like, I mean, what is your point at the end of the day?
To try to start a business, to play the game. Whatever.
All right,
the game
well, great.
is.
Thanks. He's here to start a business. God, it's just, what about this bullshit idea? Here, I'm putting ideas that are based in facts and evidence and not just the unwarranted theory and speculation. Again, every religious person thinks they're holier than thou because they're doing it for some dogma. I'm doing it for the sake of decent people in the world who deserve a better experience than what most of us are having to go through. Especially, again, it must just be torture to be a child today, to have to go to slave school, have active shooter drills every other week. Little kids who are so susceptible to what all the authorities are telling them, thinking they could just get smoked every day. Gullible teachers that are paid a shit wage because they can't do anything better in their life because they're shit for brains individuals, probably just regurgitating all the bullshit, upping the fear. I mean, again, the kindergartnens of today will be voting in 13 years. Give them 3 more elections. Again, these people move at a snail's pace because they know they've got a generation upcoming that is going to vote everything decent about America away. They'll just give up all their own rights and liberties because they were so scared. Same society of Jesus that always based everything in fear, finally scared the living shit out of everyone, and then they gave up all that was decent. What's up, GAD? GAD? GAD, you're on. Okay. Well, GAD was, I think, snoring. If anybody else wants to join this stream, like Joseph Acquaviva, if you want to come in here, you're probably watching in the background. If you want to come in here and explain, what Jesus did for you today, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear how Jesus helped you out today as you were totally intimidated by 3 old wrinkled men and you barked out false things and then accused others of being liars. You've said so many times that you're a better person than me because you're religious. And again, I mean, anyone who's watched me perform when I'm out there, I don't think anyone, unless their head's way up their ass and they're just totally in the Jesus camp and only with Jesus people, is ever going to say like, oh yeah, you did better than Zach, Joseph. This was a fucking embarrassment. Okay? Again, I'll give you credit for getting out there and putting out the card. That was great. Well, except for the bullshit you wrote on there with the religious dogma. But everything else was literally a fucking disaster. And again, you prove my point. Being all up on your religion doesn't make you a great person. Doesn't improve your skill. Doesn't help you under pressure. From what I saw is, like, if it's Fallout times, I don't want you in my fucking corner. You'll be shooting everybody. You're scared of old fucking men. I'm pretty sure you're younger than me. Man. Look at those fucking guys. And then the other one's on the screen is fat as fuck. Like he was going to do anything. Yeah, I'm going to keep ranting about how shitty and fucked up the world is because it's what helps me push through each day and make another fucking video and speak out again. It's my own self-therapy, even though it might not be all the way right. Tired of everybody talking about, oh, Zach, take a day off. No, I'm not taking any days off. Are these fuckers taking any days off that are fucking us? I'm not taking any days off either. And I'm going to rant about how shitty the world is because it's true. Why is there more generosity for just like fucking losers on YouTube talking nothing but bullshit, talking out of their ass? Again, it's like you appeal to it drives me nuts. I don't think anybody who's ever been on this platform's had a more righteous cause. I don't think it's ever happened. I don't think anybody ever shared more important knowledge. Not even close. Not even in the ballpark. Yet there's so many people who can get behind what I'm trying to do. Now the Super Bowl's over. The support's fallen off again. People just came around for the very low price, great Super Bowl pick again, made nice money, and they're just out of here. Can't even stay for another month. Makes me sick. Makes me sick what a society of ungrateful fucking losers it is. No tip, low cost. Oh, I'll be back next year, though, Zach. I'll come back next year to make more money on the Super Bowl, and then I'll be out of here as fast as you know it. Just what a shitty, fucked up society, man. There should be so many people supporting my work on Patreon. I shouldn't be here in the office another day. Should be out in Team Gematria bus with a team of employees getting the word out every fucking day about what's really going on in this nation. But instead we have all these sorry, petty motherfuckers. Why would I support you, Zach? You're an asshole. Fuck you, loser. I'm the person who showed you what the fuck was going on. I'm the person who gave you undeniable knowledge. Yeah, Zach, but you don't believe in Jesus. Why the fuck should I? Where's Jesus been my whole life? Where's Jesus been for anyone in this world who fucking needed him? Oh, well, the one time out of 5,000, I'm pretty sure it was Jesus who helped me out. What about the other 4,999 times? Sorry. That was obviously not Jesus. Jesus ain't shown up anywhere. Jesus has never been anywhere. Jesus, not even his real name. Why do we got to believe in stories that happened thousands of years ago? Doesn't that seem dumb? How come God isn't how come my bush isn't on fire right now? God talking to me right now. Why isn't that happening? He only did that thousands of years ago. Only thousands of years ago, he came and spoke through the burning bush. Just all these dumb stories. Riding around in the bellies of big fish. These stories are for fucking retards. Little kids. Little kids aren't fucking retards, but I mean, these stories are. They're for little kids. So it drives me nuts. This whole nation is based on what happens to us as little kids. And then people cannot evolve beyond that. People cannot evolve beyond what happened to them in their childhood. Stuck in everything that happened to them in their childhood. All the indoctrination by the time you were age 7 is pretty much what you're going to be for the rest of your life. So few people have the ability to break away from the bullshit. All right, well, I'm not going to go on and on forever today. If we don't have anybody else that wants to contribute to this conversation, if we don't want Joseph to come in here and explain himself. Yeah, I mean, how could Joseph explain myself? Yeah, Zach, I watch all your videos and copy you word for word, but then I also call you to shill. Makes about as much sense as your bullshit religion. Okay, yeah. For people who don't want to join, all right, here, maybe Joe. Here, I would like to hear from Joseph today. I'm sure he's out there watching. He's probably embarrassed. Joseph, you know what a man would do? He'd make a video apologizing. That's what a man would do. And again, I can't even comprehend how you can copy me word for word and then call me a shill. It's just totally bizarre. You know, should you be thanking me for saving you from the rigged NFL? No thank you videos, just a whole bunch of false accusation videos. And look, you think Jesus is so great. How come you look like such an asshole today? Where was Jesus at? Should have had me there to hold your hand. You know, a real person. Could have helped you out in the spot. Showed you how to stay cool under pressure. All right. Hold on. We got to have our daily Cam Newton observation. What is it, Joey?
Yo, I just want to go over an amazing riddle I seen today that hit St. John's basketball. They got their 1984 win today. Their 1984th win.
All right. If you guys want to call in, the number is 509-560-4982. And I just had to spare myself from hearing the rest of whatever he was going to say. I could already tell it was going to turn my hair gray. But yeah, who wants to call in and tell me that being religious is what righteous is? Being righteous is doing things for the right reason, like for other people's benefit and sake, which is why I've always been here doing what I'm doing. You know, There's a reason I gave up a good career out of college that paid 6 figures and went back to school and paid money to get a teaching certificate and went into a profession that I knew didn't pay jack shit, and then chose to work in the poorest, most struggling district in Seattle. There's a reason I made all these life choices. And there's a reason that I gave up that 6-figure salary. And while I went back to school, worked in a group home for minimum wage and a teen homeless shelter. Again, those things weren't ever done out of selfishness, self-interest, to get further ahead in the materialistic world. They were done because I wanted to live a life that's fulfilling. I wanted my life to be more about than what most people make their lives about, just their own self-benefit. I started out on that path, and I realized that was wrong. Then, because I was a responsible human being and made smart financial decisions, with the modest amount of money I had saved up, I spent 5 years of my life doing this every day for free, getting out important knowledge and information. And it didn't feel like it was worth it in 2017 when I was getting big views and the work was finally taken off before I got destroyed once Donald Trump became president. He said he wanted to censor all of his critics. Now all these morons in the nation think he's some great American. Yeah, he goes against the number one thing that makes America great, the First Amendment. Yeah, what a great fucking American. Only a nation of morons would ever think so. But yeah, again, I've never done it for some selfish reason. Like, oh, I want to do this so I can go to heaven. Again, at the end of the day, it's a pretty selfish reason, isn't it? If your whole reason for being just is just so you can get into heaven, isn't that just like doing it for yourself? Doesn't sound righteous. 720.
Hey, Jack, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up?
Well, they said, what are you worried about, Zach? Jesus is coming back. You should be good cheer, right?
he's Jewish, so of course he's having a good laugh at it. Yeah, I haven't been counting on Jesus since I was about 12 years old, so it's almost been 30 years now.
Well, I mean, I think like, oh man, that's a Christian doctrine. They're waiting for, the sky to open, the scroll. He's coming back on a white horse. He's going to settle all this down. You're not good enough. You're going to hell, and they're going to make you. I mean, and that's why, from a Hebrew perspective, Yeshua is inside you, 5 levels of your soul.
Here. There's a question in the chat. I've answered this question 1,000 times. How would you respond to it? Somebody says, so why do elites hate Jesus if he's not real? Have you seen any evidence that elites hate Jesus? I mean, I've seen a lot of evidence that elites promote the name Jesus and swearing on the Bible and claim to be Christians. I mean, that's what I've seen my whole life. I haven't really seen any evidence that elites hate Jesus. Have you?
Well, Zach, it's on the contrary. They do believe in God, but they just took, the other side. So they have no problems with it. They sold their soul, for any power, government, money, wealth, That's all they did. They took a secret vow and an oath. That's all Freemasonry, Illuminati, all of it is. Deception, lies, distorted truth, twisted truth. They don't deny God. They just took the side of darkness with Hasatan, the Patterns. That's what their allegiance is. That's why I think I call you open door portals, all this sick, crazy stuff, adrenochrome, child molesting, human trafficking. Evil is evil, call it for what it is. And, that's why in Christianity, they think, well, it's how good you have to be.
Well, here, since you're Jewish, I want to ask you a question as we talk about evil. A lot of people point to like some of the most evil corporations that have existed have been run by Jews. And I'd say, it's hard to not agree with that. I mean, you look at the Sackler family who ran Purdue Pharma and knew what they were doing, creating a nation of addicts. And I mean, you see what's going on with the opioid crisis. And I mean, a very Jewish family that did that. Monsanto, probably the most evil corporation there ever was, ran by Jews. And you can go right down the line. Why does it seem that so many of the most evil families that have done the most damage to the world are Jewish?
Well, Zach, they know the Torah, they're in, Catalyst, the Kabbalah, they open dark portals, and like I said, they're destructive. But one thing they do know, merit works either way. When you do the principles, keep the Shabbat, the feast days, all that.
Well, I'm pretty sure those families do that. I'm pretty sure those families go along with all the Jewish traditions. I'm pretty sure these really evil families go along with all the Jewish traditions. So again, like to me, it just shows that all these, like I'm saying, I'm not siding with Jews either. I'm saying all this religion's bullshit, and it's all part of the problem. Don't you think? Probably, I would guess at the end of the day that those Jewish families that have done this to the world, I would guess that they justified it in the Talmud that says non-Jews are goyim and they're a slave race, and essentially they're only here for the benefit of the Jews. So, if you adopt that worldview, you're like, well, who cares if I destroy a society of goyim for my own wealth? That's what they were here for anyway.
Well, Zach, I mean, the way they look at it, there's a house of common, there's a house of lords, and all through history, since Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, one, surfed over the other, and, obviously that's how mankind is, unfortunately. Yeah, I get it. There's a tyrannical, lead on top, and basically it seems like they're controlling all the systems. But if you read it, it's all there. Beast system, red dragon, all this kind of, Christianity focus on. Like, well, like I said, we call that subplot. But if you get sucked in death and darkness, and, like I said, I guess it's getting to you, Zach. That's why a lot of times, like, okay, let it do what it's got to do. But, are you enjoying your family, working at something God gave you, working on 5 levels of soul to better yourself, keys of the kingdom that God gave you, and you're just sometimes, I guess, exposing the hell out of, the kingdom of darkness, which you're very gifted in doing, right? But Zach, sometimes, like I said, you got to take a step away and to see what's maybe another assignment or something you can do. I mean, I think you've spoken more enough of this, right? But like I said, if you only see a result, I would not say never quit, never do that.
Here, listen, it's easy for me to just be a human being and step away and just enjoy my time with sweet lady and forget about the rest of the world. It's easy to do. I mean, that's what almost everyone does. But at the same time, it's like, well, I see what's coming eventually, and there might be a really ugly day, even if I got sweet lady here, because the thing that is in motion that we're speaking against each day, it wasn't stopped. It was not stopped because not enough people did their part. People have been telling me that same thing for all of my life. That troll that started attacking the work each day, he was a Christian fanatic. He kept saying, Zach, all you need to do is go have a child and just focus on the happiness of your family. Like, Gematria is not that important. It's about being happy and having a family. He kept saying that, making these videos saying that. It's like, okay, I understand that. It is nicer to be happier and focus on positive things, but at the same time, there's a responsibility for the conscious people who see how much evil is operating in the world. Like, seriously, here's the way I feel. If I just, focus on my life and go back to my 6-figure job in real estate and just be with sweet lady and just enjoy my time until shit hits the fan, I feel like that would make me a sellout to humanity. And I feel like that would ultimately make me a bad, selfish person. So, again, I think everyone who's aware, like you're saying, I'm doing a great job of exposing the subplot. Are you doing anything in your life to expose what's unfolding?
Well, Zach, I mean, yeah, but again,
so what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
My focus is
what are you doing?
Life and joy and blessing and what God gave me.
What are you doing to expose what's going on in the world? What are you doing? Hold on. I'm asking you a question. What are you doing to expose what's going on in the world?
Well, what I do, like I try to tell you, subplot is not if you're good or evil, what you're exposing. And honestly, Zach, you can't probably get out of even what you're doing because your soul is lining you up to keep doing it. That's the whole problem, too. I mean, that's what you're gearing lined up and,
That's not answering my question. I'm asking you what you're doing to expose the evil that's taking place in the world.
All right, so what am I doing, Zach? Like I said, I do the opposite. I go to Sabbath every Saturday. I do the tithes and offerings. I spend time with my family.
How does that expose evil? How does going through religious traditions expose evil? Going through religious traditions. So all those people that went into the parking lot today in this guy's Christian church, are they exposing evil? I mean, you just saw that the congregation seemed pretty ignorant and didn't want to know about the nefarious things going on in the world. He got told to get off the parking lot for sharing about the simulation 666 days before the pandemic was declared. They didn't want to know about it.
Well, Zach, I mean, that's the message they bring, and I get it. People didn't want to hear it. I think I've been walking with God, too. But
well, hey, I appreciate they always call in and share the same message over and over, but from what I hear is you're not doing anything to expose the evil in the world. Have you shared with your congregation about Gematria and how what's going on in Israel, how it happened 282 days after Benjamin Netanyahu's birthday, and that's what his name equals in English, Gematria? Have you shared that there at the synagogue?
Well, we know there's 3 major wars coming. It's in the Torah, it's written, it's going to happen.
How many people in your church, though? How many people in your synagogue? Hold on. How many people in your synagogue, though, are like cheering for what Israel's doing, their little genocide in Gaza? I imagine, because I know Jewish people, and that's kind of how they are. They're all in their group together with their religion. That's the enemy over there in Gaza. How many people are just cheerleading what Israel's doing right now in the name of a false flag and total lies, which, I called out December 29th, 2022 in spades, way before it happened, nearly nailing the exact date it would go down. How many people in your church are aware of any of this, and are you making any of them aware?
Well, Zach, I think I went over this. It's in Revelation 9. It's called the bat in the box.
That guy doesn't need to call in anymore. Just every time. I agree that you should, take care of yourself and wear cotton, but I mean, he's not doing shit. All right, what's up, 646?
Oh hey there, Sock. How's it going? I find it interesting that you would attack religious people as too narrow-minded and unwilling to change their views, but you yourself are a religious person. You attack people who question the shape of the earth, and you don't offer any.
That's because flat Earth is a religion. Hold on, no, I'm attacking the religion of flat Earth, which is based in nothing but bullshit and belief.
What do you mean? It's not based. There is plenty of empirical, self-verifiable evidence showing that the Earth is indeed flat. And even if there is no.
Hold on. There are literally zero facts to support that the Earth is flat. Zero. None. Zero. See.
Really?
Yeah, really. Yeah, really. Oh, how do time zones work on the flat Earth?
Time zones? How do time zones work on the flat Earth?
Yeah.
They work normally. What?
They work normally. They work normally? Why don't you do your little sun lamp around the flat Earth and see if that's the way the time zones would work?
Would you let me talk?
No. I don't have time for flat Earth fucking retards. Just turning the opposite of reality in. Religion is a flat Earth. There's literally zero evidence that the Earth is flat. There's no flat objects in the sky. Time zones don't make sense. Sunrise, sunset doesn't make sense. Seasons don't make sense. Literally nothing makes sense. How you see opposite constellations from opposite hemispheres, literally nothing makes sense. No model to predict anything. Nothing about planetary alignments, eclipses, nothing. Zero evidence for a flat Earth. Tons of evidence that's mathematically supported. None of these flat Earth fucking retards have passed algebra, I guarantee you. Definitely never taken a trigonometry class. Literally zero evidence, and that fucking idiot wants to call in and say, I'm religious because I denounced the flat Earth. Sir, you're a fucking retard. Don't ever call my show again. God. No, I'm not lost, you fucking retard. You're just dumb as fuck. That's why I can't stand flat earthers. I don't like dumb people who think they're smart. They're the most provoking fucking people. If you're a flat earther, you're a fucking retard, okay? There's no mixing up what I'm saying. Flat Earth is for fucking retards. End of discussion. Period. Here, another fucking retard right here with a fractured brain. Get the fuck out of here, retard. 315.
What's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
I just wanted to, kind of talk about that flat Earth thing. I don't get how people believe in that flat Earth theory. I'm a truck driver, and I'm driving down mountains, and I'm going up mountains and all that stuff. How can you believe that the Earth is flat? It don't make no sense.
It literally makes no sense. It's because they're fucking retarded. They're literally fucking retarded. No facts matter to them. Trust me, I've been arguing with them since 2015. You give them nothing but facts. They don't care that they can't explain the model. All they keep coming back with is just the next dumbest question. Just nothing but bullshit. How you think water can curve? They say that and you're like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? You don't think, have you ever put water in a mug, dumb motherfucker? It curves around the mug. What was it, making a perfect fucking square in there? I mean, you cannot explain how dumb these people are. It's beyond comprehension.
I traveled the whole country, and I'm seeing this Earth is not flat. How can it be flat? It's so mountainous, especially Oregon, Washington,
the whole West Coast, exactly.
Places, you know what I'm saying? How can the Earth be flat?
Again, flat Earth doesn't make sense in any way. It's literally impossible. Flat Earthers, again, the things these people have subscribed to in the last 9 years. There was a viral video that got 5 million views, and everyone was regurgitating that it was true that the sun was at 20,000 feet because some flat earther captured a picture out of a plane window that looked like the sun was below their wing. So they're like, that's the proof that the sun is low. I was like, God, these people are so fucking dumb, man. If the sun was only 20,000 feet above the fucking earth, you retards, do you think it could illuminate the area it does? Would everyone see it rise due east and set due west? Of course not. But they're too fucking retarded to like. It's just so frustrating how stupid these people are.
And also what you said, like the time zone, like we don't have the same times everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like how can that, like the flat Earth doesn't make no sense, yo. It does not make any sense at all.
And the things they come up with, we don't know about the edge of the Earth because there's a line of battleships across the whole fucking ice wall. It's just like, just shut the fuck up, man. I mean, it's just everything you're saying is retarded.
Yeah, sorry you have to hear that from us now, but like, you have a good day.
All right, yeah, you too. Take care. Here, you want to know somebody who's made the most honest effort to educate flat earthers about how dumb they are, and who's done it with just like the nicest way with educational videos in class? Again, the pilot Wolfie6020, who was inspired by my rants against flat Earth way back in 2015. Check out his channel. He's tried to help flat earthers out, and you can see his comment section's full of nothing but fucking retards. What's up, 646?
Okay, man, it's me again. Don't hang up on me. What's wrong with you? Why do you have to disrespect?
Because I don't like fucking retards. Why do you even feel compelled to call in and argue the shape of the earth when I'm showing about the evil going on earth?
What? Because flat earth is one of those truths that people need.
No, it's not a truth. It's not a truth. Here, let me make sure I block this fucking loser's number so I don't have to hear his stupid ass voice again. God. It's one of those truths. No, it's not a truth, you fucking retard. God. What's up, 208?
Hey, I just got a question. Well, you already know the answer because you talked about this before, but just for everybody in the chat, I want to pose this question. If Jesus was alive today in our times, what do you think he would be doing? Do you think he'd be out on the corner with signs and a megaphone trying to wake people up to the evil agendas? Because I think that's what, I think he'd be doing the stuff that we do.
Well, based on his followers, yeah, the good Jesus, but based on what most of his followers are doing, he'd probably be raping children like the priests in the Catholic Church, because that's what so many of his followers are doing. Again, the truth is most Jesus followers are really shitty people. So I don't think whatever this spirit of Jesus is actually a good thing at the end of the day. And again, Jesus has the most arrogant statement of all time in the Bible about, there's no connection to God unless you believe in him. That sounds like a total load of shit. That sounds like the biggest ego. That sounds almost as big as Donald Trump, another class act from the Society of Jesus. So, but yeah, a righteous person today would be fighting evil like I've been doing for over a decade, and all these Christian pieces of shit who are just all in it for themselves. I just want my eternal soul to go to the cloud land with Jesus. Again, they think that's what it's all about, because they're really, at the end of the day, they're just selfish, egomaniacs, small-minded, petty people, don't really care about anything other than themselves. And yeah, I'm just so sick of religious people and all the fucking retards. I think I'm going to spend the rest of my days ranting about it every single day.
Yeah, no, I hear you. That's kind of the point I was trying to make. Just what it's supposed to represent. I feel like the spirit is supposed to be positive. It's supposed to represent something good in a righteous person. And obviously it's been tainted, and that's not what it is. If you just base it on the followers, like you said, a lot of them are really shitty people, self-centered, egomaniacs. Yeah, but yeah, that's just the point I was trying to make, was a righteous person would be on the side with us exposing evil, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Well, I'm glad we got you out there, 208. Thank you.
Yep. You have a good night, brother.
All right. Take care. All right. Let me see if GAD woke up. I think GAD is the guy who comes out to Seattle. GAD, are you there? That can't be the same person. That person must be trolling. Yeah, again, you guys, it's so frustrating, man, to be this deep in the game. I'll tell you why I'm so angry right now, because I really am. I'm fucking angry. The reason I'm angry is because it's 2024, right? And my vision for what was going to be happening right now with this work and this movement at this period in time, somehow it totally, it just fell apart and diminished, and a bunch of weak people have fallen off and are not supporting, and it sucks. What we were supposed to be doing right now is being out pounding pavement all over this fucking nation at every major rally. Like, we should be in South Carolina right now, waking everybody the fuck up to what MAGA and Satan is. Why Donald Trump's winning his 5th primary on the 55th day of the year in a perfect fucking ritual. Here, Donald Trump, you know, claims to be a Christian, appeal to the sheep. Right here. Again, if you missed this earlier, Donald Trump winning the rigged South Carolina primary on his 256th day of his age, when it perfectly corresponds with the Gematria, 256 days from the election. The highest degree of the Church of Satan, the 5th degree, going with his 5th primary on the 55th day of the year. And then all day we got to see on the screen today, 110 days for his birthday, how he's definitely going to be the Republican nominee for president. It's just, you know, just watching all this unfold and knowing that we've had this key for so long that's been exposing what's going on, and still almost nobody gives a shit. Fucking no impact flicks over there still bullshitting people. You know, talking about the Kansas City parade, and he can't tell if it was a legitimate shooting or a false flag, but he doesn't know the relevance of Gematria. Fucking fraud. Tired of watching all these fucking frauds get promoted in my YouTube feed. Watching dumbasses donate money to these fucking shills that don't do anything. Here, tell me who the one person was in the world giving out thousands of dollars in merchandise, their own shit at the foot of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation 2 days after the pandemic was declared, explaining what the fuck was going on and what was going to happen when they rushed out these jabs that Bill Gates talked about, and how they can be used to get rid of a bunch of people, you know? You'd think more of them would be like, fuck, I got to support this. This got to happen all over the nation. Who spent 100 fucking days out on the streets in the time of COVID, even before the jabs came out, telling people exactly what was going to go down? Who wrote a book saying why all this bullshit would end in the year of the tiger way before it happened, and then it did? Where the fuck is the support at? How are there way less people supporting the work now than back then? Right now, we have a chance to fucking do something, and everyone's got their hands in their pockets. Well, sorry, Zach, I got to pay for my Netflix and cable bill, and actually I want to go out to McDonald's tonight, so I don't have $1 this month for you. Man, fuck you, sorry-ass motherfuckers. Everyone who fell off this work and doesn't support anymore, as far as I'm concerned, is a sorry-ass motherfucker. Okay? Fuck yeah, I'm mad. We're getting walked off the fucking cliff, and we've never been closer, and fucking idiots aren't here to reinforce and help do what needs to be done. People don't appreciate the fucking sacrifice I made for 5 years. That's why that guy, Jewish guy, calling in and saying, oh man, Zach, you should just worry about your family. Yeah, maybe I should have. You know what? I'd be super wealthy. I'd still have my business. Wouldn't have to be frustrated by fucking retards calling about the flat fucking earth every day. Like, that's what matters. All of you guys who are just so compelled to talk about the flat earth, you guys are fucking losers. You don't know your place. The flat earth doesn't help with a fucking thing other than make this community look retarded. That's all it does. And you guys are too fucking retarded to see that. What does the flat earth show me about the rigged election and the bullshit news each day, you dumb fucking idiots? Not a fucking thing. 202.
What's going on with you, Zach? Hey, question, my man. Is there like another platform that you can use to weed out the
No, the only platform if you want to reach a new audience is YouTube. I've tried everything else out. They all censor. They're all shitty. I mean, the real way that we're going to change the world is getting off the tube and having like an army of truth seekers that work together, like I said, in a bus that show up at every major event and demand to get the word out until we hit the fucking nightly news. Because until you get on the TV, this work isn't going to where it needs to be. Internet is too controlled at this day and age. I mean, again, this was the platform back in 2016, 2017, back when we could get 1 million views. Now we're lucky if we can get 5,000. So.
Got you. And I heard earlier in the show you were talking about people just, you know, they only use you for sports picks, and then, you know, after the Super Bowl they just like unsubscribed and left you. If I were you, Zach, I will find out who these people are, weed them out, so they can't come back.
Well, then I'd be spending all my time doing that. I mean, I don't have time for that. It's just people suck. I mean, that's just the bottom line. People are shitty.
I got you. Now that's really all I was calling about, because that, you know, with that, it's fucked up, man. And you know, I had nothing else more to say. It's just, you know, yeah, that's all I was really calling about, man.
All right. Well, I appreciate the support. Thanks, 202.
No problem, my man. Take care, man.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we've done way too much. I haven't seen anybody do any fucking shit in this community that actually fucking matters. We've been out pounding pavement when it mattered, on the spot, on the dates where people need to be. I mean, when I show up in Oklahoma City and I get greeted by the police and the authorities, that shows that people know that I'm a fucking threat. They won't even let me on the grounds. I didn't even do anything. People should be coming behind to support. Fucking No Impact Flicks puts out a video about that saying, oh, when you do things like this, you should also always have somebody with you. Man, shut the fuck up, sorry-ass motherfucker. I invited you to be there, and I said you should bring out your community. Let's make a difference in your own backyard. He lives an hour from Oklahoma City. I live 35 fucking hours. He couldn't drive 1 hour to be out there? Yet he has a video out right away as it happens. It's like, was it him who called and notified the authorities? That fucker had that video up within 15 minutes of that happening. Then he bounces to Las Vegas to give everybody his first ever live stream on the streets of America, doing a live stream about Trump Tower. That guy makes me sick. He makes me sick because he's one of those people who pretends to be a nice guy. Like he's another holier than that. He's not religious, but he just pretends to be like, oh, I don't cuss. I'm just such a good guy. I don't use ad hominems. I just sit here and keep everybody in the same box, knowing jack shit about jack shit. Again, you should have watched his video the night of the next day after the 2020 election. He's like, man, it looks like some shenanigans are going on. This looks like they cheated. It's like, yeah, that's what they simulated, you fucking retard. How come you haven't shared the work we've been talking about as we called this a long time ago? Only person in the truth community explained why it was going to be Biden. Everyone else thought it was going to be Trump. Oh, it's definitely going to be Trump. There's no way Biden's winning. It's like, it's definitely going to be Biden. Number 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday. Learn some Gematria. Yeah, you know that lispy little maggot's not going to be calling in. He's just sitting there screen recording, chop it up, make some video showing again what a big pussy he is for his fan base of fucking losers. Yeah, and again, I mean, that's the thing too. It's just like, I mean, how many haters I have? I mean, if you hate me, you're a piece of shit, okay? End of discussion. You hate the guy who literally sacrificed 5 years of his own life, got his own life flipped upside down to drop some of the best knowledge that was ever shared on the web. That's who you're hating on, because you're a sorry, ungrateful motherfucker. That's who you are. But yeah, I don't know what else to say. I've been asking people to come on and support the work and help get this up so we can make things happen. Not a fucking thing's happened. No one. I don't ever see anything go up. Only for sports shit. That's the only time it goes up, a big sports event. So I just think, what a world of fucking losers, man. So I just wish they'd get on with the agenda. 806.
Oh, hey, Zach, what's up, man? Hey, I was just thinking something. So, do you remember, back in 2015, like, during the NBA Finals, like, the Warriors and Cavs?
Yeah, I remember.
I was thinking, isn't that kind of how Trump and Biden are going, like, kind of like Biden is, like Trump was the Warriors, and then Biden's like the Cavs, and then it's going to go back to Trump, and then like kind of like that.
Here's what people should remember. Trump had his convention in Cleveland at the same time they won the NBA Finals, and then Joe Biden became number 46 right after LeBron got to 4-6 in the finals, when Psalm 46 is the most infamous verse in the King James Bible. So just in terms of how they structure it all together, it's just so obvious.
I was thinking, like, oh, this is going to be like that. They're thinking that pretty well. It's just like crazy. I'm like, how did anybody not catch on to that? Like, man, that's what I've been thinking, like, ever since 2016. I'm like, yo. Oh, man. That's what I wanted to say. Well, thank you, man. Thank you for everything you do.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much for your donation. I hope you can afford to donate that much. I will remind people, when you donate a lot, I mean, thank you. But when you donate a lot, It's always appreciated. It's just maybe in the future, if you ever want to donate a lot, there's better ways to do it than Google, because Google will take 30% of that. So Google, you just donated $150 to Google, but still, thank you very much. It's definitely the thought that counts. And yeah, like a Cash App or a PayPal, it would all make it to the recipient. Um, and then also, here's the other thing I'm going to warn you about making that big of a donation. There was a gentleman who donated $300. This is like 9 months ago. I never got paid for the 300 because it wasn't in the receipts for the thing. It never ended up showing up, but they took the money out of his bank account. So just watch out. Google is a very dishonest platform. But at the same time, that's crazy. Thank you for that kind of donation. At the same time, there's a bunch of billionaires in this world who could just pull $500 out of their ass every second. And I remember Ralph Nader, he once said, only the super rich can save us. It's like the super rich people actually want to make the world better. Well, I don't think that's true, Ralph Nader. I haven't seen any of them get behind me. And I don't think anyone's been working harder than I have for the last 10 plus years, trying to make a difference, wake people up to what's really going on. So they say the real truth seekers are here with you, Zach. We will always support the work. Well, thank you very much. And seriously, because you donated that much, please never make another donation in your life, because it really is too much. I ask for people to donate $1 a month. $500 is like 40 some years worth of donations, but thank you. What's up, Jason D?
Hey, not a lot, man. How you doing, Zach? I hear your frustration. Hey, I wanted to see if you could maybe pull up the YouTube website on your screen for all the viewers right now.
Pull up the what?
Search up a video for them, so all the flat earther morons, they can go watch this video after your live.
Oh, Jason, dude, Jason, this can have zero fucking impact. These people don't care. I mean, like I said, that Wolfie 6020 guy has done the best fucking explanations of how the earth isn't flat while in the air flying his plane. So many great examples. And all, you just look at his comments. It's nothing but flat earth retards making fun of him. And it's just like, God, they just don't know how dumb they are. And no evidence weighs on their mind. Again, Jason, if evidence weighed on their mind, they'd recognize that, like I said, they'd be like, yeah, that's true. If it was going around the flat earth, the sun would set in the north for some places and rise in the south and vice versa. They don't give a shit. Their brains are too fucking dumb to even understand that. So here, one of the funniest things is watching Russian vids debate a scientist about the flat earth. It's just so fucking embarrassing. Professor Dave Explains is a total righteous prick. He debated what Flat Earth Dave or something, and that was just a slaughter too. The flat earthers don't care though. They're so retarded that they just identify with these other retards and they don't know their place. I mean, they're too dumb beyond comprehension. It's just that they're a lost cause. Like I said, I'm not joking, you guys. The dumbest group of people on this entire earth are flat earthers. There's no other group of people that's dumber than them. Yeah, there might be some that are close, but there's none dumber than the flat earthers. If you want to recommend the video, I can put it up, but I just already know the way they work. It's not going to change. What's the video you want me to show them?
It's called, the channel is called After School. It's spelled SKOOL.
Okay.
And the name of the video is, it's Hidden Mathematics dash Randall Carlson. He's a master builder, by the way. And then dash Ancient.
I got it. It's up here.
Space,
it's up here.
And Cosmic Cycles.
Okay.
And it's like a 2-hour video. It's super interesting. He talks about Gematria and Hebrew and where all that started, and mentions Greek isopsephy, I believe. It's been a while since I watched it, but he talks about, like, so at the equator, if you measure out, you know how like the meridian lines, they all intersect at the North and the South Pole, whereas the parallel lines, you know, the latitudes, they're all parallel with each other and they never cross. So considering that, like, I'm in Minneapolis, so I'm on the 93rd meridian that goes north and south. Well, if you follow that meridian, the 93rd meridian, down to the equator, and you measure the distance from the 93rd meridian to the 94th, it's going to be like 62 miles or some shit. Well, right where I'm at in this part of the world, the meridians are like literally 49 point something miles apart. Well, if you go all the way up just to the very last one, like 89 degrees, right up by the North Pole, the meridian lines are only like 2 miles apart. And so if you imagine those lines as you go down towards the equator, they're wider and wider and wider. Well, when you get down right by the equator, that last thing there, the like 0 degrees, the equator to 1 degree, that shape isn't going to be square. But that exact shape, right down to the inches, is the exact shape of the pyramid, the Great Pyramid. And so this pyramid isn't actually square. It's a tiny little bit narrower at the north end of it than it is at the south end of it. It totally mimics the way, the shape of that square section of between the 0 degree and 1 degree latitude, and then between the meridian lines. So the meridian lines aren't parallel like the latitude lines, and so the shape of that is the actual exact shape of the pyramid. And they found it because of marking the sun and everything and tracking all that over a long period of time, you know? So, yeah, I mean, these fucking morons, they go watch that shit, and after they watch it, then come back here and try to explain.
No, trust me, it's not going to, trust me. Again, it's that quote that no amount of evidence can change the mind of a believer. All flat earthers are believers. They don't operate on evidence. If they operate on evidence, they'd see in an instant why flat earth makes no sense. I mean, Jason, you've seen how the flat earthers are. You give them something logical that they can't answer, and then they're like, but what about when the plane landed in Alaska 40 years ago? It's just like, what in the fuck, dude? I mean...
Or hey, you can tell them all the proof they want, and then, oh yeah, but I always go back to water. I always finds its
exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Water always finds its level. It's like, God, these people are just like unbelievably fucking retarded, man.
Right. No, I get you, man. But hey, I'll get up and let other callers get in, but I just want you to show that video for these idiots so they can maybe go and, you know, try to educate themselves a little bit. You know, I would recommend skimming through that yourself, Zach, just because the guy talks about Gematria and everything. And yeah, it's very interesting. The guy's a master. You know what? Let me read the description again. He's a master mason, I think they said, or master. Let me see here. Shit.
Well, if he's a master mason, that's going to make the flat earthers think even be 1,000,000% more convinced that he's a shill hiding the flat earth in the ice wall.
Right. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't doubt it.
But yeah, there's a lot of videos that are very simple and just minutes long, showing the problems with the flat earth and what would like. Again, if the flat earthers think the sun and the moon are just going in a circle around the earth, this flat earth, and it's like, okay, with that, you can't explain any of the phenomenon we see on this earth. Like, flat earthers don't have a concept of like why at the equator time is constant in terms of the length of days and night, and why as the seasons change, you know, it becomes very dark in the winter in the northern hemisphere and lighter in the southern, and vice versa. It's like, you cannot explain any of these things on a flat earth, yet this spherical earth explains it all. So you would just think based on that, you'd be like, okay, well, one has a better explanation, one has predictability and models that explain why these things are happening at this time, and you can see the mathematics and how it all works, and then the other one has absolutely nothing that explains anything about anything, but they don't care. They're like, well, my street, look, I mean, the street looks pretty flat out here. I mean, yeah, there's a hill over there. It's not exactly flat, but the street is flat.
Right. Hey, here's the question I have for the flat earthers. In the middle of the summertime, like June 20th here, when I look up in the morning, the sun is rising in the northeast sky.
You've already lost them. You've already lost them. They're like, no, they're already like... You can't start. You got to just keep it. That's why I've just gone to the simple things. Like I just show them. I'm like, look, you guys, if the sun's going around like this, imagine where it's going to set for these people. It's not going to set in the west. But they're like, I don't care. It's just. So you start just trying to explain anything to them that takes like 2 IQ points. You're already over there. You're already over their heads.
Right.
Come on, these are the people. These are the people who really were all proclaiming that the sun was 20,000 feet above the earth because there was a picture out of a plane window that looked like the sun was beneath the wing. I mean, they all believed that instantly and all shared it. And we're like, Zach, how can you not accept this? And I'm just like, who is following my work? I mean, the closest I came to quitting this work was back in 2015 when I saw that every video I posted was all that was left in the comments every time right after I posted. This is before the work took off. You know, I was still trying to find an audience. Every video I did, just instantly, the whole comment section, just flat earth retards. And I'd just be like, fuck, man, it's worse than I thought.
You know what? It's like cult-like. That's how religion takes off, man. It's like cult-like. These fucking people feel like they're part of something.
Exactly.
They believe it, stick with it no matter what, man. You can poke holes in their shit all day, and they'll still just stay with it because this is that cult mentality.
Exactly. It's a religious cult, flat earth, and it's people that literally know nothing about nothing, just like have a really shit education, just nothing but dumb arguments. How come I don't feel myself moving then if we're going so fast? It's just like, fucking hey, dude. Has this person been on a plane before? Does this person understand the way it works? Have you been in a car before? Try riding it's just, man, these people are just amazing. So.
Right. They can't feel themselves going 400 miles an hour in an airplane either. Doesn't mean you're not fucking moving, you know?
Like just the flat earthers, just they're like little kids. Somebody in the chat right now is like, scientism is the cult. Again, moron. The difference between Jason and I is we can differentiate between what's bullshit. Jason and I didn't fall for the new science of COVID where all of a sudden a mask is going to save you from killer germs. And again, that was scientism. But it doesn't mean that everything within scientific understanding and teaching is false. It's like denouncing, again, flat earthers are denouncing the realm of mathematics too. You guys are denouncing things that are true. You guys have this idea that because you've been lied to about certain things, everything is a lie. That's just stupid. That's a stupid way of being. Have you heard the phrase, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater? Again, with discernment, you should be able to figure out what things are definitely closer to being true than others. You can't just say all of science is false. That's just an idiotic position to take.
Absolutely. You know?
So.
I mean, shit. You know, you and I, neither one of us fell for 9/11 either. But you know what? I won't say that it wasn't terrorism. It was not the terrorists that they want you to think it was. It was the fuckers on our continent. It was the Bushes and their whole clan. Those were the terrorists. So yeah, there was a terrorist attack on 9/11, but it wasn't some fucking boogeyman in a cave. You know, it was the Jesuits and the people that set it all up. You know, so yeah, I mean, we were attacked, but it wasn't how they make it out. And all these people that went along with that, you know, the pancake theory, the fucking airplanes. You know, I mean, people fall for everything these days. It's just pathetic.
It's amazing how dumbed down society is. And I mean, it's been obvious how much dumber it's getting. Again, school wasn't good when I was in it, but it's gotten a lot worse. And now they just push kids through and they confuse them and everything is like total bullshit. Now they're focused on gender issues. We're just watching the rapid decline of humanity right now. And Flat Earth is one of the shining examples of where we are. So.
Right. Yeah, you know, that's sad too. I mean, you think about these kids that are in school now, and it's like normalized for them to refer to some boys as girls and some girls as boys, and that's just normal, and that to them it is. To me, it's like, what the fuck, man? You can think that fantasy shit all you want, but don't ask me to participate in your fucking psycho shit, you know? I mean, I could see what a person is, and if I want to say that I identify as a fire-breathing dragon, you know, does that mean everybody has to fucking get out of my way so I don't burp on them? You know, fucking clear the way. I'm a dragon this week. You know, don't tell me I'm not, because then I'll freak out, call the cops, and, you know, want a bunch of sympathy. And I mean, that's what people are doing nowadays. Our whole society is going down the shithole.
And again, it shows the power of the screen and technology. Again, it just shows how easily influenced people are and how they can put things on the screen and then automatically people just succumb to the message on the screen. They just march along with it. And It's amazing. I mean, the transgender thing, this would have never happened in our generation, but in just like in no time flat, you know, Bruce Jenner's I am Kate, and then 5 years later, I mean, a huge percentage of teenagers now want to experiment with this, because I'm sure it's also playing on human psychology, just like the rebellious spirited teenagers, and probably a lot of parents being our generation and knowing like this is weird and messed up. So the kids are like, oh, I got to go against mom and dad. I'm gonna do this training thing, just like my niece is doing right now. But it's just, it is sad, man. And this the nonstop headlines, and now hate crimes over transgender. It's just
like your sister. She believes everything coming out of the TV, you know, because, well, gee, you know, Anderson Cooper, he looks so professional, and they wouldn't let him sit on TV and lie to everybody. And so everybody sees the shit on TV or on the internet, you know, by the news, mainstream news outlets and everything, and they figure that it's gospel. You know, and they don't realize that they're being lied to and set up to fail all the time. It's fucking crazy. And then when somebody like you comes along and tries to snap them out of it, they fucking turn on you. You know, I mean, it's bullshit. I've been around with you watching the videos and everything for, about 10 years now, since 2014, you know, summertime. So it's goddamn near, 10 years. And I didn't share your work for 2 years. It was about 2 years into it, and I'm like, wow, you know what? I've been verifying everything this dude's saying, and it's like, fuck, I've been doing it myself, and I'm finding my own things. That was when it was actually skimming through the news. Now I get my news through you, dude. I mean, for real. I mean, not all of it, obviously, but I don't read the Trump headlines and things like that. I'd rather hear your perspective of it instead of CNN's or fucking MS whatever channel, And, yeah, man, I guess, I haven't seen you blow smoke yet. Well, besides when we were hanging out that night. No, man, Zach's not some bullshitter, and it's irritating for us that know that, to have you guys calling in and attacking them and fucking, trolling the channels and shit like that. It's just pathetic. And so you got somebody who's trying to do something good for society and waking people up so they can see what the fuckers are doing to all of us. And you guys, you cult mentality motherfuckers, you just can't be woken up. It's just sad, And for all you guys that just refuse to wake up, why don't you just bounce and get the fuck off of Zach's channels, man, and go somewhere else?
Yeah. Again, I can't stand how every time I look at the fucking chat, there's a flat Earth comment. I'm just like, okay, it is probably trolls because they know it annoys me, but it's like all of you guys who just come here to troll and harass, like, literally, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you not concerned about where we're being taken right now? Do you not see that you're on the same ship we're all on, being driven to the cliff? Are you happy with the way the world is? Are you happy with being overtaxed and lied to and having some old senile fuck be your supposed president who was elected, and the only guy who we have to choose from now is the orange clown again, who took away your rights and liberties and marched along to Switzerland and proudly proclaimed the father of the jab? Are you happy that these are your fucking choices for your leadership? I mean, how are you not disgusted? All of you guys who try to attack and frustrate me are worthless pieces of shit. And yes, I do wish death on you, because I don't see anything else that's going to change the world other than there being a lot less sorry motherfucking lemmings all over the fucking place creating the shit show that happens every time I walk out my front door. I can't stand being in the grocery store seeing nothing but fat fucks with carts full of candy and soda, just supporting these mega corporations that rule over us. It's just like, God, this world's so fucking gone. It's sick, man.
Right. The whole shopping cart underneath is filled with fucking soda and everything.
God, I just see it every time. I'm like, look at these people. Like, I just want to. I should just start. Maybe that's what I'll make my channel. Just confronting fat fucks in the store. Like, literally, what the fuck are you doing?
Like, to shame everybody.
God.
Hey, look at your size. You really need that many groceries, ma'am? Maybe you should put some of that back and go visit the produce section.
Exactly. That's what I always see. There's no produce, microwave meals, ice cream, chips, soda. It's like fucking A. And I'm supposed to pay taxes for your fat ass? For bullshit.
Right. Yeah. And then these people, they vote for Trump because they want their, there's the, well, I'm red, I've always been a conservative. I'd never vote libtard and all that, and they have their reasons, whether it's abortion or gun rights or whatever. Then look what the fucking guy did. Trump, he's the guy that took away people's accessories for their sporting rifles, and he's supposed to be the fucking Second Amendment choice last time around when he was in it, or not, I should say last time around, but when he got elected or selected, people think, well, yeah, the gun rights are protected by the Republicans. And then look at what he did. He took, went after people's gun rights and shit. People don't realize that when you go to vote, these dumb motherfuckers, and the sticker that they wear on their jacket, I voted. It's idiot in like 2 of the 4 ciphers, and then the other 2 ciphers are the same numbers inverted, So it's like kind of ironic how that is. But when people go vote, what they need to realize is the fuckers just count your votes. They don't care who you voted for. They're counting the votes because they want to make sure that they still have a certain amount of people fucking suckered, So when a third of our nation goes and casts ballots, they know that there's at least 33% of morons that are still falling for their shit. And it encourages them that they can continue on their path. Well, now, what if nobody went to the fucking polls this time around and they got like 5% turnout? Then they'd be like, oh shit, you know what? They might be onto us. Maybe we should back off our plans, our 2030, 2040 agendas and all this other shit. When they know they got all these fucking morons that go line up at the polls and they participate in the lie, it just gives them encouragement that they can keep on going and doing what they're doing. I mean, that's how I view it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've been saying the same thing.
A lot of people to stop voting.
Yeah, I've been saying the same thing forever, man. You're just participating in the lie. You're validating their bullshit system. I remember in 2020 when I was out at that GOP rally against the lockdowns in Washington State. I remember this older woman. She was silver hair, probably around 70. She was listening for a while, and she's like, so what are you saying, that we shouldn't vote? And I said, exactly. She goes, that's so un-American. I said, you're just voting in a rigged system. You're validating a lie. She's like, that's not true. It's just like, how can you not know it's not true? I mean, it's just like, did you not see 2000, lady? What happened in 2000? The first Republican president since his father. In the state it comes down to where his brother's the governor. They're all 43. It's like, it's pathetic, man. It's just, everyone's believing. Everyone just believes in some kind of bullshit, religion, their government, their political party, their favorite news anchor, their sports team. It's just like, that's the message here every day, all day. Stop believing in bullshit. Stop supporting bullshit. Look at what this bullshit's doing. It's literally sacrificing people. Sacrifice is part of this bullshit. By supporting these systems, I mean, if you're voting for either of these candidates, you're also voting for, I guess, more ritual sacrifice for the next staged rigged puppet who's going to come in and abandon all of his campaign promises. I can't believe anyone would vote for either political party at this point. That all they do is lie. I mean, seriously, how can you be a Democrat anymore? They campaigned on ending the wars, and then in 2008, they got the executive Oval Office. They got the Congress. They got the Senate. And what did they do? They escalated and increased the wars. More troops were deployed. More corporate or military spending. More money to Boeing for drones. It was like, oh my God. And people are ever going to vote for this party again? And of course they still do. I mean, nothing's changed it's just, yeah, it's just.
Wasn't there more bombs dropped when Obama was in
and that's a joke, exactly. And that's just a sick joke. Obama, the bomber. It's just like, God, I fucking hate these people, man.
Right, yeah. Well, people need to realize too. So, no, imagine. Let's say that you're a Republican and I'm a Democrat. Let's just say, and we're neighbors, and we just fucking can't ever see eye to eye on shit, right? Well, no. Well, the election time's coming, and I want the government to ban guns so I feel safe, and I know it's just going to burn your ass because you got a huge gun collection that you're going to have to give up and all that stuff. And so these fucking people like that with these mindsets, it would be like me just rooting and, yeah, I want the libs to win so bad, and then they do win. And then I get to laugh at you because you're getting your gun rights stripped away and all this shit. And then 4 years later, you know, everybody's pissed, and then now they're like, well, yeah, they fucked us with this and that, so no, we're going to vote for the Republicans next time. And then the Republicans might, again, because it's an ebb and a flow, birds, wings, all the same, you know, all the sayings. So now when your party wins, you get to laugh about me and the rights that I'm going to have to lose. And the whole time, all they're doing is chipping away at our rights little by little. They'll take some from the left, then they take some from the right, then they go back to the left, and we're losing our fucking rights the whole time when we participate in this shit. You know, and when these people go vote, well, you better accept what happens to you and be happy with it when you lose, because you're participating in it. And if 51% of the people, they say, you know, this whole democracy, well, you know, the whole thing about the wolves and the sheep voting on what's for dinner, you know, well, if that was what we had, true democracy, well, then, hey, then 49% of the people better be content getting fucked. Because the 51% might not have the same viewpoint.
Well, I'm going to even retract that. At this point, 100%. Because, you know, every time these politicians get in there, they never do what they're... I mean, that's just proven over and over and over again. They go the opposite of what they said they were going to do. And it's just maddening that people keep supporting. All right, Jason. Well, I appreciate the support as always. I got to let more people on the show, but thanks for always being in my corner. Appreciate it.
Right on. You have a good day, Zach.
Yeah, you too. All right, later, Jason.
Bye.
All right, sorry I didn't get over quick enough, 919, but call back. The line's open. And we got 978 this time.
Ah, there you are. Hello, Zachary.
Hello.
It's, maybe you know because it's shown on the display. I've been trying to call you for quite some time, but I couldn't see the number on my small cell phone display. But it looks like I finally got you.
Okay.
It's me, Patricia.
Well, thanks for calling, Patricia.
I don't want to keep you long. I haven't quite decided yet if you inspired me to call or you provoked me to call. Nevertheless, I've been listening in. And as much as I enjoy your show, and I really, really do, I still listen in. I'm just calling, and I say this in love, Zach. I really do. You're getting too personal, honey. And you're ruining, thus you're ruining your, how do I say it? You're ruining your testimony. You know, it makes you sound emotionally immature when you're calling people effing retards and effing idiots.
Well, is it not true? Is it not true, though?
Believe me, I understand. I've been awake, and I'm not saying this to boast. I've been awake since 2006. I get it. Okay? But I'm not out, you know, saying that to people.
Well, maybe if you're awake a few more years, you'll get to where I am. I've been awake for a lot longer than 2006. So, again, I understand that it will shoot me in the foot with some people. It's just like yesterday, I lost a lot of support, and I understand why. But at the same people, the people who fell off, you know, they're the emotional ones, and they're hurt by the words coming out of my mouth, which is what? That flat earthers are fucking retards? Well, they are. Religious people, same thing. So, again, I could be nicer and not shoot myself in the foot that way, but I do just feel like venting about the way I feel. And I don't feel like I'm ruining my testimony at all. You know, everything I put out here is still true. You know, for how many months have I been on point? And support hasn't come through. You know, just support's been gone forever. Nothing's changing. So I'm frustrated, and I'm going to let some steam out for my own sanity. And again, I honestly don't feel bad about it. I do realize why it might turn people away, but again, it's true. We do live in a society of fucking retards. There's nothing wrong with saying that because it's true. If we didn't live in a society of fucking retards, I wouldn't say it.
Okay, respectfully, I disagree with you.
Well, how do you disagree? So how do we not live in a society of fucking retards? Tell me about it.
Because you're, it's not helping your cause, Zach. Number one, you chose. This was your choice, hon. You chose to do this. You have to expect...
Wait, you just said we don't live in a society of fucking retards. So tell me how we don't.
Well, I wouldn't... How shall I say this? I wouldn't quite put it that way, Zach. And I don't mean to come...
Do we live in a society of intelligent, well-meaning, honorable people?
No, not always, no.
Not always. I'd say not even close.
Zach, look at but right now you're getting all, flared just talking to me. And I'm just trying to reason with you.
Well, I haven't heard anything reasonable. I've heard some opinions, and you've been awake for a little bit of time, so apparently you think you know something, and who even knows if you're awake? How did you wake up in 2006?
Can you please, Zach, seriously, can you please just relax? I'm not calling to debate you, to, fight you. Can you repeat what you just said to me?
How come you think you've been awake since 2006? No answer? You don't know how to describe how you've been awake since 2006? See, I think people who are awake are angry. All right, she's not talking anymore. All right, let's go out to 269.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
Hello? I just was calling to see, do you think that the UFC is scripted?
I don't think it is. I know it is.
Sorry, I ain't hear you. What you said?
I don't think it is. I know it is. We've been taking advantage of UFC for a long time.
Do you think they script every fight or just...
Not every fight. No, I don't think every fight's scripted. A lot of them are, though. And again, for anyone to even have to ask if fighting's scripted, it's like time to really educate ourselves. I mean, fighting's been scripted for hundreds of years. The most rigged sport historically is boxing, and UFC is not much different.
I really hate the NFL, man. They script every goddamn play. I can't fuck with that.
The UFC is not much different. The UFC is almost the exact same.
Yeah, but it's more exciting and it's not just constantly stopping every.
The UFC is poison though for society. It's not a good thing. Again, I always tell the example of when I lived downtown Seattle in the 6-7 years I lived down there. Only one UFC fight down at Key Arena the whole time, and you never seen so much craziness in the city the night of the UFC fight. Just people breaking windows everywhere, breaking cars, fights breaking out. It's like, see, this isn't good for society. This just like puts a really bad thing. I just never seen so much destruction in one night, and it was the night of the UFC fight.
Do you debunk? So with the rigs, do you just debunk them with the Gematria calculator, or do you sometimes switch it up and do it mathematically?
Well, it's just like a lot of times it's number rituals. Yeah, the Gematria is a big part of the UFC rigging, and sometimes the numbers are just right there on the surface. It's just like, the Super Bowl, there was a lot of Gematria to it, but what we were saying the conference championship was going to be Niners and Chiefs win to set up the narrative for another Joe Montana Super Bowl, number 19 for the Chiefs to be the first back-to-back team in 19 years. And I don't know how anyone could say we were wrong because it happened, and then it went to overtime 19-19, and McCole Hardman scored the 19th career touchdown. So really it was just a number ritual about 19 and Joe Montana and his jersey number, and Joe Montana being 67 years old at the time, which is the 19th prime, plus in Gematria, Kansas City does equal 67, just like how they beat the Niners in the 1920 season. But again, just understanding the number patterns is really usually the main thing, and then the Gematria is just the cherry on top.
I learned a lot from you and shit. I came a lot.
Here, this guy in the chat, Big Al. Big Al flew out from Arizona to Seattle back in 2020 to pound pavement when we were waking up people about what they were going to do with COVID. And Big Al that weekend made a whole bunch of money in his hotel room just taking advantage of the UFC fights and what he learned from this community. And he's been padding his bank account almost every Saturday ever since off UFC. Right now, he just left a comment. He's out there listening. He said, last night, another big night in UFC. Ortega dropped his opponent to 16-5 while he got his 16th career win. Mexico City Arena, 165 where the fight was. So.
All right. So one of the biggest things I learned from you that helped me debunk more in my debunking was prime numbers. When you always think about prime numbers, I knew that was prime numbers, but the way that you number prime numbers, like the 6 prime number or the 9th prime number. So I appreciate you for that, but I wanted to ask you, you never mentioned composite numbers. How come you never mentioned the composite numbers? Like
composite numbers?
Third composite number.
Composite numbers.
Composite number. Composite, yeah.
Well, I haven't researched that angle. So again, like I always say, there's always more to know.
So look, the same way you put me on the prime numbers
since you didn't research it, I'm gonna put you on the composite numbers. I'm pretty sure you already know it anyways, because you know I learned from you, so shit. But check the composite numbers, bro. That's a bring your research way farther, bro. So
all right, I'll look into composite numbers. I appreciate that. I appreciate you giving something back.
You're gonna be amazed because you already. It's like a second half of work or your work condition. That's the full angle. You got the prime and then you got the composite numbers. Because I was thinking about the prime. Okay, if this is the prime, the first, then I had the thought just popped in my head. Okay, well, what about the other numbers? Composite. Another thing I wanted to ask you about was what you think about the zodiac, Chinese zodiacs and American zodiacs. Do you think that they're
Well, again, I think all these things definitely play a part. What I do know is there's a guy out there, he's a fraud, and he does everything by the Chinese zodiac, and he gets a lot of things wrong a lot. And I'm pretty sure he had the 49ers this year based on the Chinese zodiac. And so just what I know is his work up against mine, his resume looks like jack shit. And so it might be part of it, but it's not as helpful.
No, I don't think the Chinese. I don't mean the zodiacs relating to the sports and things. I'm talking about zodiacs relating to our lives and things like that. Do you think they be real? Do you think it's real?
Yeah, I do think there's an element of truth to it. Absolutely. I always tell a story about when I was in my early 20s. I had this woman. She was the youngest looking woman. She was the definition of black don't crack. Her name was Rennie. And I could not believe when I found out that she was over 20 years older than me, because I thought we were close to the same age. But she was really trying to put me on astrology, and I thought it was stupid back then. But then she printed out all this stuff for me, and it was about my specific, she wanted my time of birth and my date of birth, and she printed out all this really specific stuff. And then I read it, and I was like, this seems beyond coincidence. This is crazy. So, yeah, I do think there's an element of truth to.
One more thing, bro. I really got to ask you this one last time, bro. So you mean to tell me you seriously you never thought of composite numbers? Like you literally.
Well, I know what they are, but I mean, so it's like, well, I'm just trying to imagine how you're saying it. Like, I'm just thinking, like, maybe it's the 15th, and you're looking at a team can become 5-3 on the 15th. Is this what we're talking about?
Like, I can say it like since I never looked into prime numbers until you like put me onto that. So I just can't believe that you not looked up the composite numbers. Like 15 is the 8th composite number, 16 is the 9th composite number, 18 is the 10th composite number. 18 relates to 29 because 29 is the 10th prime. So it's like, you get what I'm saying? Like 10 is 29 is the 10th prime, 18 is the 10th composite number. So they both
composite numbers are numbers that can be divided into, right? So I see they're like the other half of prime numbers. So
yeah, Rose, I'm really amazed that you really. I think you just pulling one over you. You were pulling one over on me, bro. I know you know more than that.
Okay, well, I'll start looking at it that way. It's just, the prime numbers are a little more rare, so that's why. And I've seen, I noticed in 2016 with college basketball that prime numbers were a big thing, and so, but maybe I've been overlooking this composite number thing the whole time.
They not always gonna be on. Each state that we go through, like if it's the 46th state, like today is the 56th day. That's a composite number.
Because it's divisible, yeah, it can be divided.
It's the 39th composite number. Today, 56th to 39th composite number.
Just so you know, the word is composite. It's composite, but yeah, I know. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm sorry. I know you like to for stuff to seem organized and smart, but shit, I'm really like country as hell. Like I'm from.
I know. I'm just trying to help you out, but no, you could be right. I could have been overlooking that all this time, so I'll start paying more attention to that. I'm glad you just brought that.
Look, I'm telling you, I don't even have to tell you. When you look into this shit, once you put this shit, I thought because I'll be debunking this shit too. So when I was doing my work, I'm like, I always think I know. Okay, I finally got it all figured out. Then I fucking then that's when some new shit pop up. Like, okay, I didn't fucking have it. Then ever since I started fucking with this composite number shit, well, composite, however you said it, that's what put all my work together and shit. So I got like, I don't know. Right now I feel like I got this shit debunked. Sometimes I do this shit. You do it through Gematria calculator. Like sometimes you look at the words you do it a smart way too. But sometimes I do my shit mathematically and shit. Like, but I ain't gonna. I don't want to say too much on stream because shit.
Okay, well, yeah, you don't want to give away your methods. They're working right now. They might, but hey, I will pay more attention to that. So.
That shit go. These motherfucking government, they figure you got all this shit figured out. This motherfuckers be on your ass. So yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate the observation. I'm gonna pay attention. You called it. 269.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
269, the 57th prime. Last year we saw Andy Reid get his 269th career win in Super Bowl 57. Those are those prime numbers.
Guess what? I'm from Michigan. So I've been watching you since I want to say 2018 or 2019. Man, I've been watching you for a minute. So that's how I came so far. But I'm more private. Like I know this shit real as fuck. So I know what the information works and shit like that. Like a lot of motherfuckers just paying attention to you, but they won't go do the shit themselves.
Right. That's what I always say. You got to use your own mind. See, and you might have cracked something big that I've just been overlooking this whole time. So yeah.
Shit. I cracked a lot of shit, bro. But
there you go.
It's so fucking. This is so fucking mind blowing that I can't even fucking share that information.
All right.
The government is on my ass.
All right. Well, hey, let me let some more callers on, but keep up the great work, and I appreciate the observation.
I appreciate you, bro.
All right. Keep it up.
Yeah,
Thank you.
do your thing, bro.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Huh. He's like, what? You haven't thought of that? Like, I'm sure there's a lot of things I haven't thought of that I should have thought of already. So that lady was calling in a critique. I was actually hoping she would say something. It's just, I mean, yeah, I know that when I rant, it never helps me out. Anytime I go on those rants like yesterday, they are costly. But at the same time, it's just like, I don't want people to forget like how I really feel about certain things. I don't like religious people and I don't like flat earthers. And they're one and the same. 559.
Is that just letting you know there is BitChute, Odyssey, Rumble.
And I'm on all those platforms, and I guess you don't know that I'm on any of those platforms, which tells you how relevant they are.
Right. I did want to just say, who taught you Gematria? Because everybody, think about it.
No one taught me. I found the word and I did the research.
What websites did you use? Because you piggybacked off of them.
Well, I found the word Gematria online searching for additional meaning of numbers, and then I didn't piggyback on anything.
Website, you piggybacked off of them. Everybody piggybacks off of everybody.
Well, okay, so what did I piggyback off of? What did I piggyback off of?
You used someone created that website. You sit there and
created what website?
Oh, you want to
created what website? What are you talking about?
You piggybacked off of whatever websites you used.
I didn't use any websites. In all my early videos, I had things written down on pieces of paper and a whiteboard.
Did you ever read a book on Gematria? Whoever wrote that book?
After I started back in those days, I got the book Faith Giovanni, The Divine Triangle. I mean, her and Manly P. Hall both only share one cipher in their book, the alphabetic order with numerology. Just like in this book, it's like on page 63. But Manly P. Hall almost like he just says if there's any validity to Gematria of English, it's probably in this cipher, and I can get it to show up. It's just Pythagorean Gematria, like the same one that we always show the long 56 list in. But they don't really tell you anything other than that. So.
Do you think he's a bad guy? Because he's one of the top Freemasons. So
well, he was an honorary Freemason, so he wasn't like. He didn't come up in the lodges. He was just an occult researcher. But it is interesting how they made him an honorary Mason after 47 years of doing his author, work. So.
Yeah. So, I guess at some point it's kind of like.
But again, here, hold on. Your call. You just sound like a troll. You call in and falsely accuse. And then you just keep talking bullshit, and you obviously don't know anything about the history of my work, like people who have been here. So, what's your problem?
You went to school. You had teachers.
Yeah, and just like did you learn about Gematria in your public school upbringing?
I went to a charter school.
Did they teach you about Gematria there?
No,
And
Yeah, they don't teach about it in public school either.
Computing either. They don't teach about quantum physics, quantum mechanics. They should be.
Okay, what is the point of your call?
My point is what a prick you are sounding like by acting like you figured this all out. You read other people's work.
Like I've always said where I learned about Gematria from, an excerpt from The Secret Teachings of All Ages.
Manly P. Hall, but you demonize Freemasonry, but you learned it from Manly P. Hall.
Do I demonize Freemasonry? I don't think that's true. I've always told people that a lot of people are in Freemasonry just for the brotherhood and network, and you can't, demonize all people. So I just hear nothing but false accusations coming out of your mouth.
Well, you sit there and act like everybody that has any kind of rebuttal to you is...
Sorry, fucking loser. 905, what's up?
Hi, Zach. How are you? I'm laughing at these people because I feel really bad for you. And I want to say that I totally appreciate everything you've taught me. And, I really am glad that I learned this from you. I wanted to bring up something that came up earlier. I read a couple of books, rooting around in old bookstores. You know why they're burning them, because there's a guy named Hal Lindsey who wrote a book called The Late Great Planet Earth, and he has some other books also. But he references the Bible in there and basically, is trying to explain how the world is going to blow up any minute. And that was in 1970. So, the snake is chasing its own tail as always, and history is repeating itself. And, the news is bullshit. And I am so grateful to you for teaching me that these numbers matter. I see everything differently now. And I want to say to you that for every one troll, there's probably 500 or more people that know what you're saying is the truth. So, just keep going and try not to get so emotionally. It's hard to. I know you've been at it forever, but this affects you physically when you're angry and stuff like that.
Well, it's like I said earlier too. Before I went out and traveled everywhere, the work was growing, support was growing. I felt like we were going to make it to a good place. I've been saying forever, I wish there was enough resources, enough people pledging $1 a month so that we could hire a team of people and have like a video editor and people help take this to another level. Travel, be out and do things. It's expensive to do things. And here we are in 2024. We're getting to a really crucial moment. The orange clown is taking over the show again, and all the Trump, worshipers. It's sick to watch all this, and it sucks like feeling like you don't have enough power or support behind you to make happen what needs to happen. So it's so annoying to have spent this much time and come this far with the understanding and like being on a downward trajectory in terms of success and support and making things happen. Again, we should have.
Might be targeted to be.
What is it?
Did you ever think that you might be targeted to be going downhill now?
Well, it very well could be. I mean, I feel like in this electronic world, it's easy to scam, and it's just like I said. It's just like my book. First 2 months, it sold really well, and then all of a sudden, every single month, it only made $200 a month. It's like, how's this even possible? It just sells the same amount of copies every single month, and hardly any. I mean, so.
I understand, but I feel like maybe you're targeted, and this is why it's going down, because everything you're putting out is solid, and it's just the system is bringing you down for some reason. I don't know what it is, but I hope you find out, and I hope it changes.
Sure, I think there is an element of truth to that, but at the same time, if there was legions of people out there who really wanted to support the work, there's avenues to still support, and I don't see nearly the support that this work should have behind it. So,
but maybe there's more bad people than good people.
Now that I don't disagree with. That's why I'm ranting and saying what I'm saying about humanity. Yeah, I mean, it mostly is bad people. That's what I know about the world. It's just mostly bad people. There's not a lot of good people. It's unfortunate.
And that's why you're not going to get on a mainstream platform, because they don't want everyone to know the truth. They want truth mixed with bullshit. And then you get little clues and bullshit that confuses you, like flat earth and all that crap. So people go down these rabbit holes and get distracted from real life and what they're supposed to be doing, which I don't even know what that is.
Well, I feel like what we're supposed to be doing is all doing our part to get people to see where we're being taken to, which is a really bad place. more unnecessary wars, unnecessary death, all for the sake of the controllers who think they're holier than thou and greater than everyone else, the Klaus Schwabs of the world and whatnot, the names we don't even know. And again, I mean, I don't know what else there is to do other than that. I mean, there's a very evil thing happening in this world. People have been dying for decades needlessly. That's the way I just feel, is like, how can people not be compelled to speak out about all the things wrong in this world, all of the lies that are driving this world in all the wrong directions? And I got like the Jewish guy who likes to call him, Zach, do you have your cotton shirt on and do you put your oil on your face? I mean, let's just be happy with our family. It's like, well, you can be happy with your family while other people in other parts of the world, had we been born there, we'd be feeling the misfortunes of the bombs raining down on our head. And again, I just can't get on with the mindset of that Jewish caller who calls in every week to say the same talking points. I'm like, dude, it just feels like a selfish mindset. Yeah, cotton is good for you. Clean face, great. Having a nice time with your family, that's great. But there is something in this world that is so wrong that needs to be stopped. And I feel like everyone who's aware of that, if they're not part of it, they're part of the problem. That's why I always play the MLK quote. And people, I understand that people don't like MLK for a lot of reasons, but his quote about silence is betrayal is so true.
But that's the truth mixed with lies, isn't it? I mean, there it is. There's nuggets in the bullshit that people need to discern and take out of there, but people don't do that because they're too stupid, like you said. And until people are ready to accept the truth, they're never going to swallow it because fear, I don't know why, but people sometimes don't want to see it, and I can't figure out why. I ask myself every day why. I do think the flyers in under the windshield wipers was a good idea, though. Maybe more people should do that with actual good information on it, of course.
Indeed. Other people have done that, and I commend everyone who's done that.
I put signs in my window. I live like 10 feet away from a main street, and my windows are right on the road. People who drive by and slow down can see it. So I put some nuggets in there. Thanks to you, I've put some things in there. And you know, one thing I want to say, that scientific, the word, if you put it into translation in Latin, scientific literally means know that it is fiction. If you go to your translate right now and type in SCI space NTENTI and then space FIC, scientific, it literally means know that it is fiction.
Interesting. I didn't know that. I will look more into that one.
Yeah.
Scientific. Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. So, you know, all these roads lead to somewhere. You know, I just picked that up a couple days ago. I just thought, you know, Latin, you know, you make these connections in your head and then suddenly the light goes off. And thanks to you, there are more and more going off every day. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, you're very welcome. You have a good day. Thank you.
And that's it. You too.
All right. Yeah. Take care. Yeah. Again, just the trolls are always trying to create these false narratives. They're like, okay, I've never said that. I've always said where I learned about Gematria from, but he doesn't tell you how to apply it or use it. He gives you that it exists and then puts the knowledge in your hands and says, go out and find what you can find. So see if there is something to this. That's exactly what I did. No caller ID.
Hey, what's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
I just wanted to say that last lady, she sounded kind of nice, so she might want to be careful putting your type of shit in her window coming from a hack and a liar like yourself.
So defend yourself, no caller ID. How am I a hack and a liar?
Well, all you got to do is go over to the best channel on YouTube, Sports Gematria, and
so how come he doesn't? Wait, hold on. He's a total fraud and a liar and a cheat with no balls who won't call into the show. So how can you support a guy who doesn't have the courage to call in here and all he does is chop up videos and mislead people?
That's just projection. Zach.
No, that's not projection. That's a fact. Hey, Lispy. Who can somebody put up the picture of Lispy for me? Let's put his face up on the screen. He's screen recording right now. Why do you, again, he's part of this troll agent network. How come he never calls in debates? Again, it's real easy to chop up videos and mislead. It's real easy to take a part of a 3-hour live stream where I'm playing devil's advocate or entertaining somebody's idea that goes against mine and then put that out and say, Zach had this team. And it's like, nope. Anybody who watched the stream knows I didn't have that team. That's what that disingenuous piece of shit does every single day. I know that we had another stellar day yesterday in sports. Is Lispy going to talk about it? Who's got the picture of Lispy up? Let's get his sorry ass fucking face up here and see if he'll call in. See if that pussy will call in. Can somebody email me the picture of Twavis? Where's Twavis at? Let's get Twavis' face up here. This poor fucking sorry piece of shit. He accidentally put his face on. See, the thing was, about a year ago, a little more than a year ago, he was on somebody else's stream, and I went on there, and then he got all nervous, and he started fucking up, and then he hit the wrong button, and the next thing you knew, his face was on the screen. He's like, oh shit, and he just hung up. I was like, look at this fucking loser. Poor fucking guy. Talk about the no pussy ever face. Does anyone have... Can somebody please email me that loser's picture? Yeah, the best channel ever. Talk about a fucking reject. A guy whose whole life is dedicated to trolling me 24/7, 365 since 2015. We're talking about that worthless of a piece of shit. Let me see. Let me see if I can just find a picture of old Lispy here. What happens when you search Lispy on Twitter? Does that bring it up? I forget how to find that fucker. If anybody has that kid's picture and you want to mail it to GematriaEffect.News, let's see if putting his picture up will provoke him to call in. Here, no caller ID, just in case it's him. If he sounds like a total member of the Castro, we'll know it's him. No caller ID.
Hey, Zachary Greenblatt, you picked up the phone again.
Hey, troll.
What do you mean, troll? I haven't said anything on it.
Isn't it just pathetic that I have like a network of trolls that live on my Patreon all day, just call, harass all day, sit and watch all day? I mean, for how many years? Just a network of fucking losers, probably paid for with our taxpayer dollars. Let me see. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, we don't want that one. Here he is. Here he is. Lispy. Here's my troll every day for 9 years. Take a look at that sorry fucker. 732.
Hey, Zach. Just out of the blue, I researched that Mark Passio episode that you called into.
Uh-huh.
Because that was the one that like woke me up. Because you talk about the Philly 135 thing.
Right.
Check this out, dude. When you called in, it was 52 date numerology. Gematria equals 52. It was 5 months and 2 days before Mark Passio's next birthday.
What day is his birthday?
August 12th.
August 12th, okay.
74.
Just for people to understand, I call Mark Passio's show all the time. He never takes my call. He finally took it. The only time he took it, ironically, was episode 201. And then he hasn't taken my call for at least 50 other episodes where I've called him.
Here's the kicker, dude. So remember what's that term he gave us at the end of the, right before you hung up? That big term he gave you?
Synchro mysticism?
Do you remember what that equals?
I don't.
Yeah, it equals 232. And from your July 21st birthday in 2018 until that episode is 232 days.
It's crazy. I mean, it's possible they could have done that ritual because I called in all the time. I know he knows my name.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Imagine they fucking, all right, we'll take this call, this one. And like, dude, oh my God, it's insane.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because I called in like every week. And he finally took the call at the very end of the show.
And then it's 133 days before your next birthday in Hubbard 133.
That's interesting. I mean, it is interesting. Yeah, because that was the thing. He tried to dismiss it all as synchro mysticism. So.
And not to mention, they declared the pandemic, 1 year and 1 day later, because that was March 10, 2019, and it was episode 201, and it's fucking insane. Like, Oh man, creep! I found I had to call in because I know it's getting close right now. I just posted this shit on Twitter right now. But yeah, I figured I'd let you know that.
Very interesting. Yeah, I never decoded it like that, but that's pretty weird. So.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate it, man. Thanks.
All right. Take care. Yeah, this guy right here. This is Lispy right here. His name is Twavith. Twavith talks like this. Twavith. He was probably a poor kid, probably abused by a priest growing up. But yeah, he's been trolling every day since 2015. And then he'll always say that I'm lying. He's only been trolling every day since 2017. But no, he's been trolling every day since 2015. He used to use a Carolina Panthers avatar. And yeah, look at him. What a piece of work. It's like, dude, did you have a stroke in your 20s? What the fuck's wrong with your face? Lispy's putting out sports picks now, huh? He had the Bills over the Chiefs. Yeah, figures. He always had the wrong picks under his Carolina Panthers avatar, too. Back when he used to try and contribute to the comment section. Just another bitter hater. Can I block him? No, he screen records everything. And then for the last 2 years, he has a YouTube channel chopping up my videos and misleading people. So. Yeah, I mean, he's just a fucking loser. He won't call in and debate because then he gets exposed. And the person who had the stream on where him and I were both going at it for just a few seconds before he dropped off, that person took down the stream right after, no doubt because he looked like a total dumbass. And the only time I've ever seen this guy do a video that wasn't trolling me, he tried to do he tried to cover the Liz Truss prime minister, and the poor guy couldn't count up how many days that she was prime minister after it was done. I was like, God, this guy's a fucking retard. I mean, you can't even count? You can't even count how many days she was in office. He did a video on the wrong day count of her in office. Again, for people who forget that ritual, Liz Truss was in office for 45 days. The word bridge equals 45. A truss is a important component in the engineering of a bridge. And then, it happened while Queen Elizabeth while she died. And if I remember right, Liz Truss became prime minister on September 6th, and then the Queen died 2 days later at age 96. Freemasons 96, the builders. But the operation for when the Queen died was Operation London Bridge. So Liz Truss was all part of the joke, and her name was Elizabeth as well. And there was a whole bunch of 96s with Elizabeth's death, which is why we predicted she'd die at 96 long before she did. This retard actually made a video making fun of when the Queen didn't die on May 20th, because I predicted that she would die May 20th that year. What year was that? Was that 2022? I predicted she was going to die May 20th, 2022 at age 96, because it was the 140th day of the year, and Queen of England equals 140. Instead, she died that year, September 8th, 140 days after her birthday. So again, it's like, all right, she didn't die on the exact day that I thought she was going to die, but I explained why she was going to die at age 96. Had a lot to do with a whole bunch of things connected to her and the significance of 140. Did this retard ever put out a video showing that she died 140 days after the birthday? No, but he put out a video showing that he couldn't even count how many days Liz Truss was in office. So who are you to ever critique me when you can't even fucking count up to 45, retard? That's why I always talk about retarded ass motherfuckers and how my haters are a bunch of fucking losers. Yeah, how many more MLB futures do we need to knock out of the park? I mean, we've hit a grand slam almost every year since they started doing it? Can you ever imagine calling in and repping this guy? This guy, all he does is try to undermine me through dishonesty in video editing. Here, no caller IDs calling back in. Let's see if it's Lispy. We'll know because his voice is unmistakable. Sounds like he just got sucking on one in the Castro. Is it you, Lispy? What is it, troll?
Something sports Gematria.
Again, there's the troll network, right? It's a network of trolls. Lispy's job's not to call in. Yeah, he doesn't just look like a dunce, he is a dunce. Can you imagine dedicating 9 years of your life to trolling somebody? I mean, like, I wonder how much my trolls get paid. And where's the source of the payment? Are these taxpayer dollars at work? I think they are. I think that's the sad thing. Oh, Lispy said it was a cold that day, huh? It's weird. Yeah, no doubt about it. Lispy's a bottom. No doubt about it. All right. Well, we've definitely gotten off topic, but you know, from Joseph Acquaviva to this guy, it's you know, I can't think of the phrase right now I want to use, but cut from the same cloth. Here, should we turn into Mark Passio to see if he's having a conniption right now? He does his live streams on Sunday. Let's see if he's going off about how dumb people are because they can't package the box right to get the arc.
Influenced by occult psychology and occult dynamics. And if you look at specifically the information that I laid out in Two Masks, you're going to realize why that's completely interconnected with this presentation. And people like Hitler said, where the women are led, the men and children will follow. And I just want to give an update. We have rendered out Two Masks, Same Face to a final video. I am going over it now to make sure nothing else needs to be changed. We're at that point. So it's going to be soon, folks. I know people have been waiting patiently, but let me tell you something. Going back and even looking at small pieces of it where I haven't been through the full 8 hours of it yet. Wow. I mean, I hit it was beyond a grand slam. Okay. It was just.
This guy still thinks the Phillies baseball's legit. He's from Philadelphia, proud Jesuit educated, former priest in the Church of Satan. Won't talk about Anton LaVey's big 201 death ritual. You know, I got to give Mark Passio credit, though. A lot of the things he does talk about are very true and relevant, and he is frustrated about a lot of the same things I am. But man, he has to brag about himself all the time. He just really he's like Donald Trump. He has to put those tenets of Satanism on full display all the time. And if you've never watched his podcast, don't tune in until it's an hour in, because literally the first hour of every show every week, I'm like, how does he do this to his audience? How does anyone watch the first fucking hour of this show? He goes over all the same ways to donate, all the same things to sign up for, gets into the same rants about how provoked he is that nobody can send a package right for him to put the ARC in. It's just like, what in the fuck is wrong with this guy? Do you really need to promote all the same shit for the first hour of your show every fucking week? Why not just do like a replay? Why even be on here live doing the same shit every fucking week? But anyway, Mark Passio, when he started many years ago, his original broadcasts are great. In recent times, he's too frustrated, he's too angry, and he's probably a shill at the end of the day, too. I mean, Just like the one guy was saying, he seemingly only took my call one time by the numbers. The other thing that was weird is, again, there was a gentleman named Mark, not Mark Passio, but Mark, who was one of the people who helped him out with his weekly broadcast and who also contributed to our community in the sports world. And right after Mark, who knows Mark Passio, had Mark Passio and I talk through a Skype conversation. He set it up for us. And at the time, Mark said he'd be willing to collaborate, do something soon, and then nothing came out of it. But then next thing you know, Mark committed suicide. Not Mark Passio, but the other Mark. And it was the weirdest fucking thing. And I still wonder to this day what really happened. And the next thing you know, Mark Passio's lover Barb, if I remember right, she died on the 44th day of the year. And it's like, it's weird. On the 44th day of the year, huh? Mark Passio's not having to make sacrifices in the world, is he? To go on Alex Jones's InfoWars? But again, all that being said, I still think a lot of Mark Passio's original work should be watched by anybody. And again, it's like not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. He put a lot of good information in the world that people should be aware of. Is he a shill? I think so. But it doesn't mean he didn't put out some good information. And let's see, is he bragging about himself some more? Mark's always talking about how nobody does it like him. Hit another grand slam today like I was on the Phillies. Hey, dumbass, why don't you talk about how we called it for them to be in the 118th World Series in spring training, dipshit? It had nothing to do with synchromysticism. All right, let's hear what Mark's talking about. He's hitting grand slams.
Rosenberg getting beat at the basketball game, and his teeth ended up in his hairpiece. Okay, so for people that don't recognize the reference, that's an old Jerky Boys comedy phone call. All right, that's how bad you're getting beat. It makes what Saul went through at the game look like a picnic. All right, so if you don't think we're getting beat that bad, you're delusional. Okay, absolutely fucking delusional. You know, this concept that we're winning. I mean, I'm not going to get started. Okay, because somebody needs to make me a cartoon of Ralph Wiggum and his whole hand is up his nose, and he's just yelling, "We're winning!" And I'm just going to put that out there and call it the freedom movement. Okay, in quotes, freedom, and in quotes, movement. But, you know, we'll just label it freedom movement. Both words are in quotes. And Ralph Wiggum with his hand jammed up his nostril, screaming, "We're winning," is going to be the poster child. That's going to be the mascot of the freedom movement. Yeah, we're winning. We're winning when we don't even understand how fucking Satanists socially condition and engineer the human minds.
See, the thing about Mark is, you guys, Mark has been here for 15 years, but when did Mark disappear for the first time in his life, in the time he'd been speaking out? He disappeared for the whole first year of the COVID pandemic. It's like, wait a minute. If there was ever a time to speak out about what was going on in the world, now's not the time to disappear. So for him to come back now and be ranting about how nobody else is doing good enough and people are quitters and losers, it's like, dude, you dropped out in the most important moment of your life to speak out. And all your fellow Jesuits were the face of the whole pandemic. And they are a satanic lot. And again, here you're looking at the guy who's the proud Jesuit-educated, Catholic-raised, former satanic priest who only took my call in episode 201 only to say that it's just the way the world works and it's all synchromysticism.
I stated in the very beginning of this extended presentation weeks ago, true classical feminism began as women wanting equality and equal treatment under natural rights. They wanted equal pay for equal work. They wanted equal rights treatment. If men have these rights, all beings have these rights. So women should have those rights too. Neo-feminism not only became this idea that somehow women are superior to men, that we want to topple an imagined patriarchy and erect a matriarchy on top of its ruins, but we want to create sameness throughout society. Not equality under rights, but actual sameness in characteristics, appearance, ability, etc., all the way down the line, so we make everybody act and operate and exist at the least common denominator. And that's not doing anything good for human society. That's actually holding it back. That's doing damage to human society. That's not forward progress. That's backwards progress. Okay? So the neo-feminist agenda continually reinforces the notion that women are the same as men, not just having equal rights as men, but the same in characteristics and abilities as well. And this is certainly not true. This is illusion. This is delusion. This is imaginings. That's why, how many women in the neo-feminist / woke agenda are cheering transgenderism in women's sports? Now, again, I don't care about people's gender identity. I have friends that are gay. I have friends that are transgendered. I have friends that are bisexual. It doesn't matter. I don't judge people based on anything like that. As long as somebody knows the difference between right and wrong behavior and doesn't advocate for human slavery, you can be my friend. Okay? And I accept people for who they are, how they want to see themselves, whatever. It's not a non-issue to me. What I'm talking about here is when you push for sameness in everything, what did you expect to happen? It's why it's like it's a very almost comic irony. They say, we're all the same characteristics, same abilities. Let biological men transgender and then compete in women's sports. Well, what's happened to women's sports? Women are getting very, very, very seriously injured, like potentially life-altering injuries in some cases, with biological men participating in women's sports because they're transgendered. It's like, how would you expect a biological female to compete in, let's just say, a physical cage match with a biological male that's almost twice her weight, probably outweighing her by 65 to 75% or more, and with the muscle tension, force and dynamics of a biological male? Women are getting maimed. Then they're joining things like track and field and weightlifting and swimming, etc. You don't think that men are going to be able to dominate? That's why, first of all, that's why these transgendered, quote, females that are biological men want to be in those positions. They are trying to embarrass and humiliate women, largely because they don't have a lot of self-respect themselves, or they're so delusional to buy into this aspect of sameness. There's nothing the same about the physical frames and forms of biological men and female. And if you don't think so, that you're really anti-science. Say what you want about gender identity, identify all you want, but if we're putting people in an actual competition like a fight, most women are not going to fare very well. Now, that's not to say there are some lightly framed men and some heavily framed, heavy-boned women. That's true. But for the most part, the human anatomy is built a certain way in biological men and biological females, and that's just a scientific fact of the matter. And again, the neo-feminists kind of got what they were asking for. It's slightly comically ironic, although it's not really that funny. Sometimes I could joke and gag about it, but it's like you see some of these women getting very seriously maimed, and in a way, women who bought into this agenda brought it onto themselves. So let's continue to explore this dynamic. The satanic neo-feminist agenda reinforces the notion that women are the same as men, not just having equal rights, but same in characteristics and abilities as well. This is one of the main techniques used to influence women to join the corporate workforce, which remove them from their traditional roles as nurturers of the young, of children. So they want them to say, you're going to be the same in all the roles that you play and fulfill in human society. We're going to take you out of the traditional established familial and family dynamics roles as the nurturers, caretakers of the young, of children, and we're going to move you into the corporate environment that was originally traditionally occupied mostly by men in society. And that's going to create equality. No, that's going to make you do the same things that men did. And then what is the role for the nurturer and the caretaker of children? Well, then that's going to get passed off to the state. It'll get passed off to a nanny of some kind if the couple is rich enough, which in most cases it's not. So then it's going to get passed off to the state in the form of public schooling. So, this other idea that, schooling and the Department of Education is so necessary, folks, 200 years ago, it would have been inconceivable for parents to send their family to the state, send their children to the state to be educated. And I went all over a lot of that in Two Masks, the creation of the modern education system based on the Prussian educational model and occultists that influenced that before the Prussian model was even invented and implemented. But it's a fascinating study to do that and see how these social engineers conspired and worked through occult means to actually get the women into the workforce and the children into public schooling where they can mold their minds for their agendas and goals. Children were then largely turned over to the state-run indoctrination system in public schooling in order to shape their beliefs and destroy their health and morals. And let me tell you something, once again, the social engineers not only have the advantage, they're kicking our ass. They've largely accomplished this. It's been an utter and tremendous success according to their plans, their motives, their agendas. Abandonment issues are also created in children through parents being absent from them during the 15,000 hours of compulsory schooling that children endure during the course of their so-called public education, their laughingly called education. Make no mistake, this agenda is not about equality under natural law, as would be the case. We're looking at that top scales of justice. They're balanced for the male, symbol as well as for the female. One doesn't dip in either direction because we all share the same natural rights, the same moral rights under natural law. Instead, we have this separation created by the state where both parents are put on the treadmill of endless work for a salary, and then the child is educated, laughingly so-called educated, by the hand of the state. Great meme there, whoever created it, very simple, very effective. In order to look more into this dynamic, you really have to look into the creation of the Prussian educational model and the modern day public.
Okay, we'll take a call. What's up, 514?
Hi, sorry, it's just I'm hearing West Patio talk, and it's painful sometimes. I'm so sorry to say that. I just wanted to talk about astrotheosophy. I didn't catch the first few hours, so I'm sorry for that. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, and so it's just about because you talk a lot about religion and how a lot of people don't make that connection to separate religion from the sciences, and I totally agree with you 100%. And I as well struggle with people that believe that Jesus Christ was a literal being. And so I just wanted to offer something with you regarding the sun. And so every single year, the sun, it passes through Aries, which it's one of the 12 zodiac signs. But anyways, during the spring equinox, every single year on or around the 20th of March in the Northern Hemisphere and the 21st of March in the Southern Hemisphere. And then, and that's when we have equal amount of day and night. And that's when the sun is on the equatorial path. And then it also does a sine wave. Anyways, do we start having longer days, shorter nights, until it makes its peak during the summer solstice on or around the 1st of June every single year. And then it stays at its hot where we have the longest amount of days and the shortest amount of nights for those 3 days. And then on the 24th of June, which is Saint John the Baptist Day in Canada, that's when Saint John, he died. And that's just like the sun. It's from its highest point, which is about 23.5 degrees, at its highest point away from the equator on the Tropic of Cancer. That's as far away from the equatorial path as at. And so anyways, it starts to descend from its highest path. And then on or around the 23rd of September in the Northern Hemisphere, we have the we have the fall equinox. And that's when we have, again, equal amount of day and night. And then it starts from there. It goes back, it goes into the 21st of December in the Northern Hemisphere, 22nd of December in the Southern Hemisphere. We have the winter solstice, and that's where you have the shortest amount of days and the longest amount of nights. And it stays at its the lowest point for 3 days. And then every single year on or around on the 25th of December, the sun rises again from its lowest point, just like, so Jesus Christ represents the sun, so does Helios, so does Apollonius, so does Mithras, Dionysus, so does Krishna, and so many others. And even with the moon, that is seen as a feminine energy. So the sun is seen as a magnetic, masculine, radiating energy, and the moon is seen as a feminine, electric, gravitational energy. So you've got that masculine and feminine, that electrical and magnetic energy, that duality that we experience in this cosmos, like Walter Russell says, but not entirely. There are some things that I disagree with him saying that magnetism is static, which I don't believe it is. I think it's very much a stronger force than electricity. But I'm going on all these tangents, but I just wanted to give you that piece that I think even with the moon, the representation of Mary and Isis and Selene and Luna, these are all just literal representations. Sorry, not literal representations, but these are allegorical or symbols of these luminaries.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
And so that's just for your viewers, for anyone that's still saying that Jesus Christ was a real being. Like in Galatians 4:24, it even says like not to take the Bible literally, like it's allegorical. And the Quran also says that. And so I just wanted to like strengthen your argument for that as well, if you haven't already said that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that information. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
All right. Take care. Oh, Mark Passio. We just had him on the screen, and again, I just want to correct something. I thought his wife died on the 44th day of the year, but what she did die on was the kill date. We actually just passed the 4th anniversary of his wife's death, and she died on the kill date for that month, February 22nd, 2020. And again, Mark Passio, Jesuit educated, former member of the Church of Satan, a satanic priest. Again, like a lot of people on the tube, he's got some good information, but then a lot of things, it's just like, the most questionable thing about him is how he disappeared in the time of COVID. It's like, why would he not be speaking out right now and come back, a year and a half later and talk about how nobody's doing what they need to be doing? It's like, where were you? But isn't it interesting how Mark Passio has the 122, just like satanic, and again, the Church of Satan in San Francisco, which equals 122 on the 122nd meridian, and his name's also 67. And Barbara Passio was his wife who passed. So this is a mistake. I had the wrong birthday for him. Online it said his birthday was August. Unless the other caller just says his birthday is August 12th. I don't know. But yeah, I just, you got to wonder, man. Wife just dies at a relatively young age on the kill date. Again, Mark Passio is a guy that gets to go on InfoWars and whatnot. So yeah, I'd like to go on Mark's show and hear him talk about it. Might be part of the reason he doesn't take the call. But yeah, a lot of deceivers out here. And Mark Passio, just one of the most arrogant big talkers. And again, it's just like, dude, you can't say anything about anybody. You disappeared from the stage at the most crucial moment to speak out in U.S. history in our lifetimes. So, no caller ID, just keeps calling back in. The trolls. Here, if anybody else wants to call in other than the trolls, we can keep it going. If not, we can wrap this thing up. But yeah, we've heard enough from trolls. If anybody else can get through. If another way to join the show, since the troll is clogging up the phone line by just calling over and over, is that link right there dropped in the chat.
Hello? Greenblatt? Pussy? Greenblatt?
All right, see, I knew if I took his call, then somebody else would be able to call in rather than just keep clogging up the line. So sometimes you got to think outside the box. What's up, 760?
Hey, Zach. This is not like too serious of a question, but I'm interested in reading, and I want to read your books. I haven't done that yet, but I wanted to know if you've read the Bible, if you would suggest I read the Bible first or your books.
Well, I mean, I'd suggest you read as many books as you can that are of interest to you. I've never read the Bible cover to cover. I've read lots of the Bible, but I have not even read the entire book. It's a massive book.
Yeah.
You got to answer that question for yourself. You should read what you're more interested in. So.
Okay, and then you still have free PDFs or no?
Yeah, I do have free PDFs. Just search Zachary K. Hubbard Subscribe Star, and it should pull up the page where I made it free to download the book.
All right, great. Thanks, Zach. I'll support your work once I have money.
All right.
All right, thank you.
All right, take care.
You too.
Yeah, you know, something I'd ever recommend to people if they ever do anything like this, speak out online, it's probably better to not use your real name. It's probably better not to disclose things about yourself. Because then you just see all the trolls and stuff. They'll use all the information, try and dox you and twist the facts. And it's just annoying listening to all my trolls it's like, okay, you know this because I revealed this information, but you're twisting it. What's up, 832?
Hey, what's going on, Zach? How you doing, man?
Yeah, what's up?
I really like your work. You're pretty cool. I was wondering if you could go into some stuff on artificial intelligence whenever you get a chance.
What do you want me to say about artificial intelligence? What do you want me to say about artificial intelligence?
I noticed there's a lot of 49 with that and the correlation with a few things like the person who created it, art or something. So I didn't know if there was a specific number should be looking into with it moving forward. I think something big is coming.
Yeah, you know, I could do a lot more research on artificial intelligence. I talked about it a bit in my book, Number Games, and what the movie 2001 A Space Odyssey coming out in 1968, the same year coronavirus was coined, had to do with 2020, the year of coronavirus and the big tech takeover and a lot more AI being used in the world because the word technology is 52. But there's a lot more to it, so I can do more research on artificial intelligence. I mean, as they're phasing us out and there's less need for man, you just see how AI is the booming thing right now that's driving the economy. And again, it's not a good sign for humanity. It's a sign of the times and where things are going. So.
Okay, and can I get you for one quick question? One more question, sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, I was noticing that the Clade X, there's been a lot of X going on. So the Clade X, X with Twitter, the XRP, the disease X. So I didn't know if all of that has to do with this year too.
X is the 24th letter, 2024. Again, Twitter rebranded as X on the 24th of July, 247, while the country was 247 years old, and so was the Illuminati. And then, again, he put up the X on top of the headquarters, but then the story was it had to be taken down because 24 people petitioned against it. So yeah, X and 24. There's been a lot of it. Right at the beginning of the year, Netflix had a horror movie they added called X. So yeah, X all over the place.
Okay, God bless you, man. Take care of yourself.
All right, yeah, take care. You too. Thank you, James Larkin. Very generous. I appreciate that. Yeah, again, the other book that I read when I first started was Faith Giovanni's the Divine Triangle, and again, both in this book and in that book, they just show the alphabetic order with numerology. So I was convinced that that must be the cipher, and that's if you were here in the early days. I mean, the vast majority of my work was in that cipher, and I still think it's the most important cipher. So. All right, but yeah, back to back long streams. I just don't know where to go from here, True Seeker. I just don't know what to do, man. I mean, you can stay on the grind every day, and I'm sure I will, but it's just like, I really just, the idea has not dawned on me how to make this work do what it needs to do. It needs to reach a lot more people. There needs to be a lot more support behind it. And again, I'm just worried that, just like when we go out, it seems that the people who are showing up, there are good people who show up, but it looks like maybe there's just as many agents that show up as actually people who care. And it feels like anytime I live stream, at least half the people here are nothing but trolls and lurkers. Never hit the like button. But yeah, it's just, we're deep in the game. The work's never been more on point, but still can't get anyone out there who has a platform to help out. Probably not going to happen at this point. So, I don't know. Out of ideas over here. Thank you again to everybody who supported the work, and thank you to Yearthire, if I'm saying that right, for your tremendously gigantic donation, which was, it really was way over the top. I mean, I am super grateful for it, but at the same time, I almost feel bad when people donate that much. I just keep hoping like one day it's going to catch on. Be like, all right, I'm going to pledge $1, and then it goes up, but it doesn't. I'll rant for 2 hours about how we need people to pledge $1, and there's not one new person that pledged $1 the next day. We're down further from where we were the day before. It's like, God, this is bad. This is bad, man. The tombstone for humanity will say we didn't value the right things. We didn't get behind the right people. We didn't identify the true leaders. We failed. Tony crying about my ego in the chat. My ego is actually not very bad at all, really. If you ever call in and hear people praise, I always kind of remind them that it's over the top. I'm not much different than they are. I'm just more determined to get out the truth than most people. So, you want to see ego, you should watch Mark Passio's videos. That's ego. He thinks he is just the greatest fucking thing there ever was, talking about how to tie your shoes with natural law. It's like, oh wow, this is like for 5-year-olds. Tony, why don't you call the number on the screen if you can get past the troll, or you can click the link and come on and let's close it out with some criticism. Come on and hit me with where my ego's so bad. You don't have to unsubscribe from Mark Passio. I mean, that's up to you, but I'm not encouraging people to unsubscribe from him. I'm just saying, take the good and throw out the bad. And at the end of the day, I am convinced he's a bad actor. I hate how tough he talks. He's always talking about what a badass he is. It's like, dude, get out and do something. You haven't gone out and done anything for a long time. You haven't been out pounding any payment anywhere. And again, the fact that he disappeared in the time of the pandemic is what really irritates me. And he's always talking about how dumb everybody is, and then he always goes to one caller. And he was doing it there when we tuned in, and he's like, I'm going to get to calls. And notice he didn't get to any calls before his show ended, didn't take anybody's call. He does that. It's just like, dude, it's like you're fucking with your audience every week. He's always like, I'm sorry, we'll get to calls next week. And then, we ran out of, it's just like, dude, fuck off. And then when he finally does take calls, he always goes to the same caller who literally sounds like he just wants to suck Mark Passio's dick. It's just like, dude, this is pathetic. You hardly ever fucking take calls, and then you always go out to the same caller who he literally sounds fucking retarded, like a wannabe Mark Passio, and it's like, dude, you're an asshole, Mark. I mean, you're literally a piece of shit, dude. And all you got is 3 hours a week. And then if you watch Mark, like, why doesn't Mark have trolls? Mark is literally asking people to buy him $5,000 computers. He's like, yeah, so what? So what that I have 6 computers worth $5,000? I want a 7th. And somebody will buy it for me. What's so wrong about that? It's like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Why do you need all these super expensive computers? And why donate to you? What the fuck do? You don't do anything anymore. You ever see me on here asking for people to donate $5,000? That fucker gets on there and spends an hour of his show every week doing the same thing. And then people do donate. It's amazing. It's like, well, I guess if you want something, you got to ask for it. But he just told you he has 6 $5,000 computers. Why does he need another one? How many $5,000 computers do you need in your house? I use my computers until the fucking things don't work anymore. Because, again, he was just talking about materialism. Like, to me, it's like, I understand that some people have multiple computers, but it's like, what do you even need multiple computers for? I guess technically we do. We got this desktop, and then we have a laptop, which Sweet Lady takes to work. But that's 2 people, so. Yeah, Faith Giovanni and Dusty Bunker. Dusty Bunker's the co-author of the book, The Divine Triangle. Yeah, I know. What's with all the dipshits in my chat always talking shit but then won't call in? Don't you know that's the sign of a fucking loser? And that's not an egotistical statement. That's just a true statement. If you want to talk shit about me and I invite you to come on and say it, then come on and say it. Are you too nervous? Are you too nervous to call in? Here, like the retarded troll. Like, here, let's listen to a retard. Even he's not too nervous to call in. What is it, retard? Why do you keep calling over and over?
Yo, Greenblatt, what you're accusing Mark Passio of sounds just like you.
How's that?
Bullshit on the internet and never-ending grift 24/7.
So what do I do that's a grift? What do I do that's a grift? Hold on, does Mark Passio have a platform?
Come to me.
Dumb fucker. Mark Passio doesn't host any platform for community like I've done for 5 years at a very expensive rate. Mark Passio. Does Mark Passio host a website like freetofindtruth.com? No, he does not. Okay? He's not putting any investment into anyone else other than himself. Okay? If you want anything from Mark, you have to pay a lot for it. Mark's cheapest class to sign up for is $500 and some dollars, and he says next year he's going to charge 10 times as much for it. So fuck off, sorry-ass motherfucker. 589, or is it 559? What is it, 559?
You use YouTube, you hate YouTube, but you use it because you get tips. This is the only platform you get tips on. You're a pathetic piece of shit, dude.
Yeah, you're a troll in my channel. Take a look in the mirror. 978.
It's me again. I'm calling back based on what you just said.
Okay.
What's wrong with you, Zach? Come on, you're better than this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't cut me off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You asked me to prove how. Oh, you've been awake longer than me. Number one, you don't even know my age.
Well, you said you've been awake since 2006, so I've been awake a lot longer than 2006. So.
Does that make you better than?
I didn't say it did. What I said to you is I said, well, maybe if you were awake longer, you'd be as frustrated as I am. That's what I said to you.
I already expressed to you that I get frustrated. But I don't get carried away like you calling people effing idiots and effing retards.
I don't think that's being carried away. I don't feel that it's being carried away. I don't feel that it's being carried away.
See, there's no reasoning with you. You cannot reason with you.
No, I just said I don't feel that me calling people retards is being carried away.
You're always right, Zach.
I never said I'm always right. That's not true.
No, that's the vibe you give.
Maybe to you.
Always right.
Not everyone agrees with your perception.
So I have a question, and then I'm going to hang up. Because you cut me off.
No, actually, I gave you like 30 seconds to speak, and you never said a word, so I finally hung up.
No, you cut me off. You didn't let me answer your question.
It was like literally 30 seconds of silence, and I was just waiting. I said, okay, I think she just dropped out.
You know why, Zach? Because I'm mature enough to think about what I'm going to say before I blurt it out. How about that?
Okay. Okay, make your point.
How does one, I have a question for you. How does, you ask me, how do you prove, all right, you claim you were, and I'm paraphrasing, I remember verbatim every word you used, and that's why I paused, but you cut me off, okay? How does one prove that they're awake? That's what you asked me. I had to pause and think about that. So what's the answer? Because you already said, and I'm not calling back to attack you, although I have raised my voice. I'm a little out of control. And I don't even know you, but you pushed my buttons. Okay? But you cut me off and you would not give me time to think before I spoke. But I didn't call you an effing idiot or an effing rude person. So tell me this. And I know you have listeners out there. Hello to everyone. How does, you said to me, like you were making it sound like you were better than me because you've been awake longer. And then you asked me to basically prove it. How does one prove that they're awake?
No, I asked you what made you wake up in 2006 is what I asked you.
No, you asked me, how do you know you're awake? How do you know you're awake? I've been awake longer than that, blah, blah, blah. You start, like, attacking me when I'm not even calling to argue.
You called in and accused me of being emotional. Right now, you're wasting everybody's time, and you just sound like an emotionally butthurt person. What is the point you're trying to make? I mean, you're complaining that I'm calling people fucking retards, and you sound like one of them.
My point is this. You challenged me rather than just having a nice conversation. We can all learn from one another. You asked, how do you know you were awake? That's what you asked me. So how does one know, other than their own self-reflection and self-awareness?
How do they know if they're awake if they're not falling for all the bullshit, if they're not just regurgitating what they see on the TV, if they're not voting in rigged elections and wearing other men's jerseys on their back with another man's name who doesn't give a shit about them, if they're out putting masks over their face because it's the new science and in line for a Pfizer and Moderna jab up their ass. These are signs that you're awake. If you didn't fall for 9/11 because the authorities told you a load of shit. See, you woke up in 2006, which probably means you swallowed the 9/11 lie hook, line, and sinker. For 5 years after that, I was speaking out and getting nothing but shit in my life. So, again, what is your point, lady? You're calling in to complain that you don't like that I rant about people, and I acknowledge. I said, sure, it might be wrong that I do it, but I do it because, to me, it's true, and I'm venting about how sick I am of fucking losers in the world, and to be perfectly blunt with you, you sound like a fucking loser. I haven't heard you say one thing that wasn't a waste of my audience's time.
Oh my gosh.
Adios. Well, I tried to switch over, but the next person didn't switch over quick enough. And I don't like to be rude to ladies, but she sounds like a troll too. Just the whole way she calls in and it's like, get the fuck off the line or make a point. God. I mean, yeah, I can't stand when people filibuster and just keep that's like talking to Yeah Right the Matrix, another fucking loser when he calls in. Oh, 559's is calling in and hanging up. I see what's going on. Here, let me block your number too. Like you know what I do if I don't like somebody's channel and I think they have nothing to say of worth, I don't watch their channel. You know why, for example, I still tune into Mark Passio? Because occasionally he has something intelligent to say, or he's got a piece of information I didn't have. That said, as time goes on, those things are fewer and far between. But it's hard for anybody to get in right now because the trolls are just calling over and over. So God. All right, yeah. Again, it's almost the trolls are nonstop calling right now, so the line is clogged. Really, the only way to join the show is the link. But we can also wrap this up because we've been on here for 4 hours, going for another way overtime broadcast. Shout out to AI Noob. They said Islam is the truth. Well, I don't think so. But I'll tell you this: out of all the Abrahamic religions, which there's 3 of, the best people I've met in those 3 religious groups have overwhelmingly been Islamic people. So I'll give you that much, but I don't think any religion is the truth. Annie Kurtz, thank you for becoming a member. Annie Kurtz gifted 5 memberships. She was enjoying the rants today. Glad someone appreciates it. Thanks, Annie. Shout out to Frank, the Truth Tank, always. And, whoa, Annie Kurtz gifted 5 more? Man, Annie, you were on a roll. I've never seen anybody give so many memberships. Thank you. HD's Quality says, be spiritual without being religious. Indeed. And Christopher Cooper chipped in a big 20. Thank you very much. This person just donated way too much. Again, thank you very much, Year Thyer. And I do appreciate your message and your extreme generosity. It's just, I really hope you're doing very well financially because, I mean, again, I have like a, rich Dan, poor Dan. I do have a poor Dan mentality about money. And it's just like, it's instilled in me from growing up with nothing. So it's why I ask people to pledge $1 a month. Like I just know there should be at least 1 million people in the world that are down for the cause, that want to see a team of people, this work all over the place, mainstream cities, people employed to do it at all the big events. And I mean, it would just be so easy. It's just like, how aren't there 1 million people down for the cause after 10 years of getting the word out? How is it that people come in for the very inexpensive sports, price, win on the Super Bowl, and then are out that fast? It's just like no tip, it's just like, God, I do this at such a low price to help out people, but then no one really wants to help back. They just want to get theirs and bounce. Thanks for the low rate. Won $1,000 again this year. I'll be back next year. It's like, fuck, dude. Can't you guys stick around all year and help support the cause? Thanks again, James Larkin. Thank you again, 7-8. And shout out to Nathan as always. So, yeah, do appreciate the generosity. And, no, I don't want to charge more next year for the Super Bowl. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, just like, there's good people who appreciate the lower rate because it makes it attainable for them. But, yeah, I'm convinced there's just not enough good people on earth. There's a lot of fakes. There's a lot of pretenders. There's a lot of losers. I mean, it's these guys calling over and over on no caller ID. I mean, and see now he knows, because if I answer, see, he just hangs up right away, so he can just call back in a second later. So we educated the troll about. Anyway. Thank you as well, TK Lover. Appreciate that. So, Shout out to 863 Kane as well. Thank you. Here, before I sign off, let's just see if there's anything else buzzing right now. Anything else we need to cover here? Megacity may be months away from running out of water. Let's see, what city in the world is this? Mexico City, one of the most populated cities in the world. Well, why don't they use their weather control like JFK spoke about in 1961 and just do some nice cloud seeding like they've been doing here all winter? They made it look like it's Seattle over here all year. The cloud seeding, it's like, okay. This is messed up to hide the sun from us like this. I'm sure they can pull in that moisture from the ocean that just isn't too far from Mexico City with their cloud seeding innovations. But yeah, that is the future too, just creating unnecessary drought, making it so people have to give up everything just to have water. Kenneth Mitchell, Star Trek and Marvel actor, dead at the young age of 49. The announcement came today. Let's just take a look at old Kenneth Mitchell here. See, the latest Hollywood actor to not live all that long. Says he died yesterday, but the news breaks today. So he died on the 55th day of the year. November 25th is his birthday. That's the day leaving 36 days left in the year. So what's that mean? 91 days after his birthday? It's not the typical pattern. See what he's remembered for real quick. Kenneth Mitchell, IMDb. Like this troll who just won't stop calling, who called me a grifter. Like, why not just blow up Brian's live feed when he does a stream? He's a real grifter. I mean, everything he has to advertise, 5 commercials about buy this, buy that, buy this shirt. Like, literally every video is a total grift. I don't ever see anyone like trying to clog up his phone line. Just trolls calling nonstop. Again, I just make these comments for the people who are too retarded to see who the real shills are. Again, real shills don't have trolls harassing them 24/7, 365. Let's see. Star Trek and Marvel. Let's see real quick. This might actually be a death that stumps me. Occasionally I'll come across a story and I'll be like, well, I don't exactly see what they did here. When did Star Trek and Marvel come out? He's in 10 episodes of Star Trek. He was in Captain Marvel in 2019. That film came out on 3/8 in 2019. He's dead 59 months after its release. What's his character in Captain Marvel? Huh. Yeah, usually it's more obvious. Normally, one of these stories it looks, and I'm looking at it for a few seconds, and it's just standing out super obvious what happened. But I gotta say, so far, 49 though, not all that old of an age. You'd think a guy in Hollywood would have some money. What are they saying he died from anyway? ALS. Hold on, maybe that's the ritual. ALS is 49. So, okay, he was diagnosed with ALS. He's dead from ALS at 49. Okay, should have just read more about the story. Let's see if we can see. It says in 2018. Well, it says 2018 in that article. Oh, it does say here he was diagnosed, but he didn't reveal it until February of 2020. So go figure that he's dead 4 years later, right? We know about foreign death. Let's see these Star. It looks like the Star Trek Discovery is the thing that he's most known for. So he was in season 1. Oh, he's in all these seasons 1, 2, and 3. His last episode, season 3, episode 13. Here. January 7th, 2021. So that was after the ALS news broke. Or wait, no. Yeah, that was after almost a year after the ALS news broke. So he's dead 163 weeks after the last episode of him being in Star Trek. That's 38th prime death, 38. 37 months and 17 days also means he's dead in the 38th month since the last episode he was in. And wait a minute. Measure from the first episode he was ever in, too. September 24th, 2017. Let's see. He's dead exactly 77 months after the first ever episode. And the show's called Star Trek Discovery. Well, remind me what ALS stands for. It's Lou Gehrig's disease, isn't it? What they call Lou Gehrig's disease. The only thing that I really see is just how ALS is 49 and his age of death, and I guess a little bit from his last episode of a little bit of a 38 connection from the final episode. But yeah, usually there's more things that jump out, so hold on. Is ALS Lou Gehrig's disease the same thing? Yeah, they are the same thing. Let's see if there's a relationship with old Lou Gehrig here too. Lou Gehrig was 37 years old. We saw it was 37 months and change from his last episode. I think I saw that Marvel's also 37 because that's the other thing. Oh shit, I overlooked that because he's dead 91 days after his birthday, right? We saw that. So Marvel's 91, dead at 49, ALS is 49, and in the headline again emphasizing Star Trek and Marvel actor dead at 49. Again, you just think there'd be like a million people who'd want to help get out the word about this, just the way all these sacrifices happen in entertainment by a numerical code. If only I had as many people dedicated to the cause as I have trolls harassing every day. Let's see. Yeah, 91 days after his birthday. Marvel's 91, so I almost overlooked that at the beginning. That's why I was surprised at first when I didn't catch it. There's almost always something with the birthday distance to the death date that goes with what they're emphasizing in the headlines. But yeah, Marvel and ALS. And then the Star Trek thing, perhaps from the last episode that he was in until the death. Did we see that it was 50... Something about 59.2 we just saw when we were looking maybe at the first episode. I forget. But yeah, go figure. Oh, I was going to check in the Lou Gehrig piece. Lou Gehrig, born June 19th, died June 2nd. Let's check that out real quick. June 2nd, 2023 to... So from Lou Gehrig's death anniversary, his last death anniversary, to his death is 38 weeks and a day later. Go figure. And to his upcoming death anniversary, 99 days. I'm not sure if that matters. Maybe not. And then the other date for Lou Gehrig was June 19th. Well, a little bit interesting, but maybe coincidental. From Lou Gehrig's last birthday to the death, spanned 251 days, the 54th prime, and that's the big baseball number. Lou Gehrig, baseball player for the Yankees. So, but yeah, time and time again, you know, seems like in every celebrity death story, there's got to be a connection from their birthday to their death that matches with the work that they're emphasizing. And if it's not 38 for death, it's 44 for kill, or 67 for blood sacrifice, or sometimes it's all three numbers in one story, or a 46, but it's like always at least one of those numbers is there, if not a collection of them. And normally, I noticed the connection a lot faster than I did there. That did take longer than normal. But it actually was surface level. ALS 49. I bet there's something else I'm overlooking. The troll. Did you want to add something to the death? No, he just wants to call and hang up every second. Fucking loser. Shout out to Country Grammar. Appreciate the support again. Mad support. I appreciate that. Again, 20 is a lot to donate. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you as well, Clean Money Gibbs. Hey, Zach, did you talk about LeBron getting his 81st game where he scored exactly 30 points, 6,606 games from Kobe's 81-point game for 600? Well, you know what? I didn't realize the 81 thing. We were thinking LeBron might score. We were thinking LeBron might score 33 in that game. Instead, he scored 30. Had he scored 33, would have had 666 home points scored for the year in his 666th home game of the regular season. 6,606 days from Kobe Bryant's 81-point game. So good catch. I didn't realize that was his 81st 30-point game. Kobe beating Bryant 81-54, just like Mark of the Beast is 81-54. And again, Kobe did score career high 81 in his 666th game. But yeah, nice piece of research. I did not realize the 81 thing. When I looked at it, I was like, damn, he only scored 30 because we were thinking he was going to score 33. Here, I want to look up one more thing about Lou Gehrig. When did Lou Gehrig announce his ALS diagnosis? I know he did it at a baseball game. Oh, he did it on his birthday in 39. And in 39 too, right? Mr. New York, the 39 state. He did it for Gehrig's 36th birthday. Oh, look at that. He arrived at the Mayo Clinic on June 13th. What do you know, you guys, on the day leaving 201 days left in the year. And after 6 days of extensive testing, doctors confirmed the diagnosis of ALS. I remember when I looked at this back in my infancy. For some reason, I guess, yeah, I remember when I first started, I looked into Lou Gehrig, and the thing that jumped out to me back then was the 39. Huh. Something else. Obama equals 192 in Siberian. Yeah, 36 times. Wait. Is that right? No, what is that? Oh, 32 times 6. Yeah, that's right. Obama's 32 like American. Now it's coming back to me. Yeah, that's a good observation. Yeah, 192, a big thing in the movie. So. How do you get the hookup on a membership? Rick James and today it was Annie were gifting them. So if you're lucky enough to get gifted one, it's like, I think it's random and by chance. That's one way. You can also just like do the membership thing. But I would encourage anybody before signing up for a membership on Google to just like do it on Patreon or something, because they take a smaller percentage. Google takes 30% of everything. So if you pledge $1 on Google, I mean, thank you. But 70 cents is received here. So. And again, the link for the Patreon's in the description of every video. And that's also how Sweet Lady evaluates how I'm doing. She just always sees like, oh, Zach, your Patreon still hasn't gone anywhere. I guess people don't care about you getting back out there. All right, True Seeker. Well, yeah, I think this stream's gone on long enough. We're at the 4.5 hour mark. Again, thank you to everyone who hit the like and the share. Thank you to the people who donated as always. Everything that was donated was very generous. And again, you're the hire. I'm serious. You don't ever need to make another donation in your life. Way above and beyond. And I'll tell Sweet Lady about it. It'll make her day. But yeah. I just imagine there's like 1,000 people. If 1,000 people in the world did that, we would be rolling. It'd be better not to do it on Google, though, because then we'd lose a huge chunk of that. But that is the kind of jolt this movement needs. Needs some people. And again, I mean, people think it's wrong when I say it, but who are these people out here who are getting all this support? Do they deserve any support? Like, does No Impact Flicks deserve $1 of support? I don't think he does. And again, no trolls harass him. People calling and calling me a grifter. No impact flicks is the definition of a grifter. Video starts with ads, middle of it big ads, end of it ads. Between that, buy t-shirts. And for what? What's the point of supporting No Impact Flicks? Has he ever got out and done anything? Has he ever put any money back into the community? The answers to these questions are no. He's never. He did do a separate grift where he asked for $40,000 to help his dying niece of cancer, and he raised over $40,000. And then a week later, he showed the big expensive remodel he was doing of his house. It's like, oh, I think that's where the cancer money went, to the remodel. And it almost seemed like he was doing an F you to his audience. It's like, really? After you raised all that money, you're going to show this expensive remodel you're doing to your house? Seems a little suspect. But yeah, again, he denounces the truth, which is my work. Again, acts confused about everything, doesn't have any clear answers for anything, is never sure what's exactly going on in the news. Again, that's a grifter. That's a guy who's brought nothing to the world that's beneficial or helps anyone, and begs for endless buy this, buy that, buy this. You don't ever see that on my channel. You see me giving away my book for free. You see me going out in the street handing out hoodies and books. You don't see any of these other people doing that. Owen Benjamin, followed by nothing but retards. Just had like literally tens of thousands literally donated $400 to him because they all thought they were going to come get to hang out with him for 2 weeks. And then he said, oh, sorry, thanks for all the money. We're not going to do any of that. Thanks for the $1 million we just raised overnight. And again, why are people even following that guy? Because he comes from Hollywood. Because people are under this illusion of celebrity. And it is sick that people ever listen to Owen Benjamin. Racist loser who also took several stabs at my work. Another guy who's brought absolutely nothing of value to the world. So... Exactly, and nobody trolls these people. You don't find videos made about them endlessly. I mean, I hardly even post on BitChute. Every day there's a troll that's dedicated to upload. So if you search my name on BitChute, all you get is this troll's videos. Every day making a new video trolling me. Yeah, none of these mega platforms that grift like crazy, rake in all this money, do absolutely jack shit, bring no knowledge to anyone. Again, endlessly, no caller ID troll, All right, I'll put up a post on Kenneth Mitchell, see what else there is. I'll probably do a short video on it. Oh shit. I can't believe he didn't call in, you guys. Look who's in the news. Oh man. If there was ever a day for a decode. It is funny how they got to shame Cam Newton after Super Bowl 58 because, again, he was the 58th quarterback to start in a Super Bowl in the Huey P. Newton Bowl in the Bay Area where the Black Panthers were founded. And again, if people don't know it, Huey P. Newton 58 of the Black Panthers. Cam Newton on the Carolina Black Panthers. Huey P. Newton 131-41 like Super Bowl. Cam Newton born on the 131st day of the year 1989. Huey P. Newton dead in 1989 on the day leaving 131 days left in the year. Literally a Super Bowl ritual in tribute to the ritual sacrifice of Huey P. Newton decades before it happened. That's how long things are scripted out. Yeah, true. Travis is a Panthers fan. Go figure. All right, guys. Have a great rest of your day. And if nothing too exciting happens today, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Till next time.